built with a 6:01.9, 114.22 miles per hour for the time run. Connor Jensen, Toby Croning. Croning's pickup truck, left-hand lane, Byron Center, Michigan. Connor in the right-hand lane, 18-year-old driving the Chevrolet Malibu. Car that is set in the winner's circle, holding up the $50,000 check. This is the next generation sitting behind the steering wheel. Getting rolling here with time runs opening day here for the 31st annual Ultra Tech Race Cars World Super Bro Challenge. Connor Jensen with a 002 reaction time and a 6:09. Toby with a 5:97. Let go and then got back on it, I think. The snowmobile in left-hand lane out of Wisconsin, Jeff Jaquish. Cobra Jet Ford Mustang. It's Lucky Larry from Riley, Michigan. Larry Miret. .022 reaction time here for both drivers. The Roadster with a 5:79, 5:94, 1:16, and Bob Mandel is in the house. The Corvette Roadster getting out here, getting an early run. Culleoka, Tennessee. Well, this will be the as nice of a Roadster as you'll see in America, and it is a fast one too. And actually right now Bob's not backing up. Bob's going the other way. Tom Clark in a dragster patiently waiting over there in the left-hand lane. It's like something wrong here. Will not go backwards. Bob's just going to drive her down the track, and I'll go back and get that fixed up. We'll take the right lane out and get our crew back up here and send Tom Clark on a single run. Tom Clark out with an 0.43 reaction time. And a 5.64, 118 miles per hour. Left lane 69 Chevrolet Camaro coming up with Chantel Lorenz. Taking on this good-looking Nova in the right-hand lane. Still doing some data entry here through time runs. Once we get to eliminations, we'll have everybody's names and cities and cars come up in the computer. But for time runs, kind of winging it through here right now. Chantel, young lady out of Traverse City, Michigan, with a big black Chevy 69 Camaro. Tree coming down. They're both out green, 015 and 005. Pretty good first hit. Left lane Chantel to 602, 112 to 627, 109. Ken Atherton Jr.'s beautiful 1941 Willys making his time hit here. 5:56, 123. Left-hand lane, a 6:08 at 111 miles an hour. Tom Bray, Kyle Yacko. Yacko left-hand lane got another big win last weekend. The Dodge Daytona out of Trenton, Michigan, up at Northern Michigan Dragway. Taking on Tom Bray's 90 Camaro, Mears, Michigan. I believe both of these guys are on the no-box side. 32-car field that'll separate once we get into eliminations. And it'll be a 673 to a 743, 92 miles per hour. Bray's Camaro with an 029 reaction time. Chevrolet Camaro. Louis Taylor out of Tennessee taking on Pete Brown's Monte Carlo, Eden Rapids, Michigan. Red light for Pete. Louis 050 on the green side. 533, 130 miles per hour to a 580, 117.72. Todd Schmitz. All kinds of rubble coming out of the 69 Camaro here on the burnout. Not sure where Todd Parks at. He did that last time he's here a couple times, and it's like there's a lot of rocks coming out of the back of the Camaro. Coldwater, Michigan, 69 Chevrolet Camaro. And Dustin Loyne, C-Tech Performance, Pontiac in the left-hand lane. It's again, two more hitters on the bottom, both in the 32 car, I believe. Red lights a pair here, both of them excited. 26 and 33 red. That's unlike both these drivers. 589 to a 609, 112 mile per hour run. Door Slammer Chassis Fab Shop owner Mike Nietzsche coming up in left-hand lane out of DeWitt, Michigan. Camaro Roadster taking on Jim Martin, 69 Chevy Camaro in the right-hand lane. Grand Ledge, Michigan. Rolling through time run session number 1. 2 run sticker colors have been called. Once again, we're using 4 different colors. The red and the white have been called to the lanes. But you do need to come up when your color is called. 003 reaction time for Martin in that Camaro. A red light for each. 547 and 651, 103. Advance Auto Parts Gia. Coming up in the left-hand lane. Joe Samolick taking on the Autolab Chevy 2 out of Canada. .014 for Joe. Canadian with a red light by 004. 553 and a 595. Kip Burkhardt in the left-hand lane. Mopar taking on the Beretta of Chris G. from Bear Lake, Michigan. 1994 Chevrolet Beretta. Welcome those watching on Drag Racer TV. We'll be with you for 4 days, bringing the happenings here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. 31 years. We're on number 31 for the OG 50. And we got a good crowd on hand. G with a 000 perfect light on his time run and runs a 50 with a 2. Left lane a 10 reaction time for the Mopar of Kip Burkhardt. And he runs 620, 109. Another Canadian. This is Chelsea Duffy out of Amherstburg, Ontario, Canada. The Duffy Girls Racing Spitzer car. A lot of Canadians on the grounds. Taking on Scott Erickson, East Jordan, Michigan, 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Red light by 001 for Erickson on the bottom bulb. 041 for Chelsea. She runs 490. And a 556 for Scott Erickson in the 69 Camaro. Pontiac Trans Am up against the Mopar, rolling up, making their hit at the 8th mile here on the start of time runs here on Thursday morning, day 1. And it'll be a 661, 102, and a 680 with a 0-100 miles per hour. Buick Regal rolling up, taking on Cody Height. Ugly Betty. The Malibu in the left-hand lane. Cody, the 2020 champion. Talking about the Ugly Betty Malibu made the T-shirt, won the 50 grander in 2020. Going to go down through there, 618, 110 to a 663, 105.83 miles per hour. Jordan Lichnowsky, the former Michigander, now Tennessee resident, driving his Chevrolet Camaro, and Chris Heminger, Williamston, Michigan. And Chris up in the tower for a little while yesterday, just loving life at 78 years old, and he decided I'm going to go ahead and double the 50 this year, so he'll be on the no-box side and the box side with the Oldsmobile. A 45 green and a 27 red. Finish line, it'll be a 641 for Jordan. Chris runs 726 at 93 miles per hour. Shannon Poyser and Mike Marchini. Marchini with the S10 pickup truck, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Poyser family, rear engine dragster, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Former Top Alcohol Funny Car racers. Switched over to the bracket class here a few years ago. Actually used to race IHRA with them, and they had a alcohol funny car. Shannon's good, Mike's not. 005 to a 458. Shannon runs 462 at 151 and a 660 at 102. Chevrolet Camaro, Jason Hemmerline. Take on the S10 truck out of Lenox, Michigan. Danielle Cosnell. 2000 model square body. It's getting rolling through both red and white. The next color to be called, we're not calling you right yet, will be purple. So purple will be the next color to be called. We have not called purple yet. All right, attention in the pits. Purple run stickers will take you to the lanes. Purple run stickers to the stadium lanes, please. Purple. So we've now called red, white, and purple. Red, white, and purple have all been called for your one and only time run. Daryl Pollock, right-hand lane, Hemlock, Michigan. And Toby Croning. Toby with his second run down the track this morning. I believe he was in the first 5 pair up there that got a free shot. The S10 truck out of Byron Center, Michigan. Daryl from Hemlock, Michigan, retired Astro Service Center owner. Now he likes to go hang out at his boat in the summertime and drag race and then go down to Florida in the winter. 0:11 reaction time for Darrell at a 4:81.9 at 144 to a 5:95 at 115.29 miles per hour. Ford Mustang up against the Illumina this time. Clark family out of Traverse City, Michigan. Tyler sitting behind the steering wheel, taking the Ford Mustang here. So once again, we're looking for purple run stickers. Purple run stickers to the lanes, please. Going to be a 5:66 at 124 and a 6:600. 102, Vanderbrook family Chevelle, James Vanderbrook, and David McChesney's Duster. A red light for James by 0:15. David's really green. 6:10 and 6:43, 106. Brown Boys Racing Chevrolet Monte Carlo against the Bad Habit Duster in left-hand lane. Darren McChesney, Carroll, Michigan, and Vance Brown driving the Monte Carlo out of Springport, Michigan. Vance with a 5.55 at 124 miles per hour to a 6.55 for Darren at 103. Rob Lutzke, Kent City, Michigan dragster in the left-hand lane. Taking on the wagon here in the right-hand lane. Lane Automotive side here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex. FDI Performance represented in the left-hand lane. It's going to time run session number 1, and that is the only opportunity. There will be only one session offered. So if you either a red should have been down the track at this point. We are finishing white, and purple has been called. A 495 for Rob. He turned it red, and a 651 for that station wagon after a red light by 14. Kelly Smith, White Cloud, Michigan, and Tyler Sizemore backing on the dragster left-hand line. Smith, one of the winningest racers in this part of the country this season so far, as we were about halfway through, a little bit more than halfway through. We've been in about a dozen finals already this year. Actually leading the weekly points here at the Motorplex by a fairly sizable margin in the no-box class. Red light for Sizemore. The dragster left-hand lane going to run a 491.9 and 139 to a 649 in the pickup truck, 104.21. Little Chevy 2 rolling up in the left-hand lane. Out of Illinois, taking on the Malibu from right here in Michigan, Kalamazoo, Michigan, Jeremy Johnson. Digital Delay Thursday here at the Motorplex. This is a day number 1, sponsored by Charlie Hamlin's Digital Delay. We'll be giving away a delay box later on in the event. 598 there in the left-hand lane, and a 653 lane on the motor side. Jim Clark, Lake Odessa, Michigan, Oldsmobile, taking on the Chevrolet Camaro of Joel Young in the left lane. I think Joel will be in on the no-box side. Had a pretty decent day at the 250K race last Saturday. I believe he may have stuffed some cash in his pockets, making it to the latter round, the split. .539 at 133 to a 610 at 112 miles per hour. 2 more dragsters rolling out this time. Bob Kelly, Grand Rapids, Michigan, dragster, and I think that is Tim Markaglu's car backing up in the left-hand lane. New York racer. Teamed up with Tom Dauber this weekend. Tom hauling him around Tim's Ultratech Race Fab Chassis Dragster. Beautiful, beautiful piece produced by John Parks. Skyhorn line back at number right-hand lane. Rear engine dragster out of Hemlock, Michigan. And Frank Piltz, Nova in the left-hand lane. Cadillac, Michigan. Frank was in the final here a couple weekends ago. All right, ready to go back out of here. Listen, Martin's pickup truck left hand lane. 001 reaction time on the bottom bulb. Dragster with an 034. 486. Left hand lane 624. Left lane Eric Doobie with an 0.46 reaction time. 10 green for Skylar Drews at a 586, 117. 724, 93 miles per hour. Here comes the Red Rocket. Tom Dauber out of New York. Coming to left-hand lane. Taking on Emma Helsel on the right-hand side. Chevy Nova out of Lake City, Michigan. Or Traverse City, Michigan now for Emma. And the left-hand lane dragster for Dauber is a 467 and 146 with 746 and 92.25 miles per hour. New York Dragster, another one coming up the right-hand lane, taking on the Chevy 2 out of Victory Trailers. That is Jeff Sanchez, Grand Ledge, Michigan. Jeff was in a big money final round a few weeks ago on a bottom bulb race here at the Motorplex. Both drivers in, here we go. 032, 018. Drags her right lane, 469, 145. Sanchez 630, 108. Tim Stout, pickup truck, right-hand lane, and the Ford Mustang. Open left-hand lane. We are in purple run stickers right now. Red, white, and purple have all been called. 3 colors have been called. We are in purple. 015 for the Ford. The truck with a red light there. Mustang 628 to a 672 at 100 miles per hour. Canadian Chevrolet Corvette coming back up the left-hand lane. And Chris Roth, or making that Greg McCurry in right-hand lane. Out of South Lyon, Michigan, 68 Chevy Camaro. A 16 green for McCurry on a 614 at 108 miles per hour. 607, 112 for the Chevrolet Corvette. Todd Schmitz, Coldwater, Michigan, Chevrolet Camaro against the Nova here. Bose family rear engine dragster take on Kenny Simpson's Nova. .003 red light and a 10 green in right side. Dragster runs 482, 142 to a 620, 109. Ricky Adkins coming up the right-hand lane. On the Duffy Girl dragster, Carly Duffy this time out of Amherstburg, Ontario. Left-hand lane dragster 525, 130 miles per hour. Lane automotive side of 590, 127.20 miles per hour. Brett McKay in the right-hand lane taking on Tom Bueller Chevrolet Camaro out of Indiana, left-hand lane. Chase McKay coming up Chevrolet Camaro out of New Boston, Michigan, taking on the Canada Dragster FTI Performance Lane. Chase with a red light by 002 and a 6 flat, 489, 140 in the left-hand lane. The Luce Motor Sales. El Camino Jeremy Luce taking on Clint Bailey's Dodge in left lane. Oh, 11 red light there for Clint Bailey in the Dodge. Runs the 676, 687, 98 miles per hour. The Fiero of Andy Wingo and Robbie Gervin. Chevy S10 Blazer in left-hand lane out of Brethren, Michigan. .579 to a 624 to 108.84 miles per hour. Mike Morgan's a big blown dragster in the left-hand lane out of Tennessee, taking on the Canadian car in the right-hand lane. 446, 157, and 456, 152. Dave Lorenz, Little Red, Chevy 2, Benton Harbor, Michigan. AJ Selleck's Beretta in right-hand lane. Ionia, Michigan. Left lane 586, 121. The Sloan boys coming up in right-hand lane. This is Austin with the Oldsmobile Calais taking on the Ford Mustang left-hand lane. The Oldsmobile runs 598, 113 to a 726, 94.60. Zach Unk, Shaheen, sponsored dragster, Eagle, Michigan. Looks like you may be making a single. Zach Unks with a 007 reaction time and a 5 flat with a 136 miles per hour. Jim Clark's Oldsmo Rat and the Chevy 2 of Keith Helsel rolling through our purple run stickers right now. Red light for Jim. Keith's at 015. Reaction time to 590, 217 to 538, 133 miles per hour. Big wheel stand for Underwood, and I'm going to tell you, I don't think I've ever seen Kenny lift. He lifted. 003 for Kidder, so yeah, maybe something broke, but Underwood was going up, and the throttle pedal was no more, and just kind of rode it out at 54 miles per hour down there. Kyle Kidder was 003 and 682. Michelle Taylor and Steve Mikas. Michelle in left lane, the Malibu, taking on the man that everybody will be watching for the next 3 or 4 days because he won it all last year. Michelle broke her car now in the left-hand lane. Steve with a 006 and a 592. She's going to make it off the track, but maybe the fuel cap was not on here for Michelle Taylor. They got fuel all over the starting line. evaporating very quickly, but that may have caused an issue for the Malibu. Mike O'Rourke and Doug Heinisch. Doug will be doubled up in both the box and no box side. Corvette out of White House, Ohio, former champion of this event. And Mike O'Rourke, Redford, Michigan, 1990 Chevrolet Camaro. $13 for Heinisch. The Corvette, he'll run 544, 127. Mike O'Rourke with a 555 at 125 miles per hour. Here comes the man from Ultratech Race Cars. This is John Parks, the Scoggin Dickey Race Shop sponsored dragster in right-hand lane, and Steve Williams, Macomb, Michigan, 2022 dragster with a big block Chevrolet. Parks with a 007 reaction time, and he runs 442 at 156 miles per hour to a 498, 138 miles per hour. Kurt Harrington's little Chevette taking on the dragster right-hand lane out of Illinois. Dominic Bowden right-hand lane. $50,000 winner a week ago down at US 131 for the TB race. Bowden right-hand lane with a 492 and 135 to a 611, 111 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Steve Tennant and Warren Smith come up next. Steve Tennant with a 001 light and a 618 to a 632. Michael Zednick and Jason Mikulinek, 66 Chevy 2, J&M Racing out of Eagle, Michigan. And Mike's from Petoskey, Michigan, 2016 American chassis dragster. A 37 and a 26 on the let-go. Zednick will run 494 with a 9, 607 for Mikula. The Autolab Chevy 2 and the J&M Racing truck in the left-hand lane. With a Chevy 2 run 604 to a 660 101. Ernie Goodson and Bernie Vanderplug going to run here. Bernie Ryan out of Plainwell, Michigan. B&L Racing Chevy 2. Ernie from Hartford, Michigan. Bjornson dragster, that little engine issue about a week and a half ago, and they got it all apart and got it repaired and back in and ready for the 50. Ernie's 009, and we'll click it off here. An issue for the dragster, 591 in the right at 115. .004 reaction time for Jim Davis in a pickup truck. Rich Van Els is red. A 640 at 105 to a 743 at 92 miles per hour. Jeff Gilman coming out of the burn box right hand lane. Marne, Michigan Diamond chassis car. He is going to run the snowmobile out of Wisconsin, Jeff Jaquish. .002 for the snowmobile, .008 for the dragster, 456 and a 570, 119. Mark Howard and Matt Gramlich next. Matt's going to be right-hand lane. Monroe, Michigan, former track champion here at the Motorplex. And Mark Howard, Battle Creek, Michigan, Diamond dragster left lane. Mark's in. Now Matt starts bumping forward. He's in and ready to go. Here we go. Tree coming down. Both out on green lights. Mark Howard will run a 481, 143 to a 510 at 134. James Vanderbrook and Gary Fleener left-hand lane. Chevrolet Z20 Camaro out of Ohio. James is from Fife Lake, Michigan. Vanderbrook with a 16, Fleener with a 27 and a 585 to a 610, 112 miles per hour. Willywood coming up in left-hand lane of Bear Motorsports, dragster Will Holloman and Larry Gramlich. Diamond, maybe Michigan. Gramick Family Racing Dragster, Big Block Chevrolet. Holloman out of North Carolina, drive-in for the Bear family. So Digital Delay, the sponsor here on day one for the 31st annual OG 50K. We've got some giveaways that happen later on today thanks to Scott Lemon's Drag Race Solutions. There will be some giveaways there, and 660 Raceworks. We'll also be doing giveaways. We'll kind of hit those later on. Pretty much the drivers that are out by third round eliminations are the eligible folks for those giveaways. You know, Scott's giveaway includes the by-run racers that'll get thrown into a random drawing, and we'll give away some Drag Race Solutions parts as well. Best daily by-run, $250 DRS certificate. Ken Atherton's a Willys and Scott Erickson 69 Chevrolet Camaro. Both drivers in, and red lights left on the tree on both sides. Scott with a 558 and a 559 for Ken. Jeff Burtis, Chevy Malibu wagon out of Hemlock, Michigan. Taking on the Bugman Love Affair Oldsmobile Calais Bug McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia in the left-hand lane. He'll be in the no box 32 with this car. Wheels up. Red light for Burtis. And a 579 and 117 Bug Run 602, 112 miles per hour. Chevrolet Camaro of Mark Daniels. Seen Mark on the Drag Champ Top 10 yesterday. Pulled off a kind of a rare feat, winning on the box and no box side last Friday night, I think it was, up at Northern Michigan Dragway for their Mopar race, taking on the Mopar in the left-hand lane. Well, Mark got this one, 004 reaction time in a 641 to a 660 102. Total performance, Cobra Jet Mustang. Lucky Larry Mireille out of Riley, Michigan. And Dave Marchini this time from Grand Rapids, 69 Chevrolet Camaro. .581, 117 to a 636, 108. Well, you're about to see the low ET of the event here. Bobby Mandel, the third, out of Culleoka, the blown big block dragster, or Johnny Lightning as he's called. Taking on Chris Kozlik out of 660 Raceworks. Couple chassis builders here on the starting line. Profab team out of Tennessee. You know, you could give Bobby an option. You got this car that runs 6 flat every run. That guaranteed it will repeat every single run, or you can drive this blown dragster. Probably going to vary a couple hundreds. Who knows? Which I know this car won't, but there's no way he would give up the driver's seat on this thing. These boys love to go fast. Oh! Whoa! Holy moly. It came up, got on the wheelie bar, and went to the right. I'm glad he lifted right when he did. And .971 60 foot. Meanwhile, Kozlik's over there with a 002 red light. But, yeah, she was loaded up. Go tweak on the grid just a little bit. Will Crawford, Westland, Michigan, driving a 63 Chevy Corvette. And Kyle Yacko from Trenton, Michigan, the Dodge Daytona. Kyle with a 001, Will with a 22, a 520 to a 674. Tom Bray, going right hand lane is Camaro, Mears, Michigan. Taking on Brett Williamson, 57 Chevrolet. Brett, the touring racer in the big money scene. He will be in the no box 32 as well as the box side. So the Williamson family, 57 Chevrolet, and Tom Bray's Camaro out here. 008 for Brett, 013 for Tom. 592 with a 3 at 116 to a 742 at 91 miles per hour. Ray's Rat, Big Ray Kinger coming up right hand lane, Chevrolet Camaro. Taking on the Smith family Grand Am. There we go, tree coming down. They're both out on the 009, one on the green and one on the red side. And it'll be a 574 to a 549 for Ray Kinger. Comes the Bob's Profab Dragster, their third entry out for a time run here. This will be Jeff Mandel out of Tennessee, taking on the Anderson family, Wisconsin-based engine dragster. Eric Anderson backing up in the left-hand lane. .009 there for Jeff Mandel. His first shot at the eighth mile here, 4:62, 148 to a 6:15, 80 miles per hour. Bob Kelly, left-hand lane engine dragster. Going to take on the Kelly Racing Ford Mustang in the right-hand lane. Comes Joe Bauman out of the burn box, his Corvette Roadster out of Chesaning, Michigan. And Justin Harrington, the OEM Combustion Service dragster out of Indiana, rolling up toward the starting line, the FTI Performance lane. Getting rolling through our one and only time run session here on the Digital Delay Thursday. An 018 and a 009 reaction time here. Dragster with a 501. Roadster for Bauman with a 530, 127 miles per hour. Chantel Lorenz and Will Steckley up next. Will in the Charger out of Ontario, Canada, the Camaro from Traverse City, Michigan. Good looking launch out of both hot rods there. Steckley with a nice 004 reaction time and a 571, 120 miles per hour. 606 for Chantel for an 045. Thomas Whitaker, Chevrolet Camaro out of Muskegon, Michigan, in the Harbaugh Family Racing dragster right-hand lane. Harbaugh with a 465, 149 to a 533 at 129 miles per hour. Chevrolet Nova up against the Camaro. I believe that's Brian Fleener out of Ohio in right-hand lane. Nova left-hand lane. 004 for the Chevrolet Nova. Red light right-hand lane out of the Camaro 593 to a 633 107. Mark Martinez take on Ryan Sparks. Sparks rear engine dragster, right-hand lane, American car. And it'll be Martinez with a Chevy 2, no boxer, FTI lane. Spark with a 25 reaction time, and he runs a 450 flat, 154 and a 609 for Martinez with an 023 reaction time. Camaro dragster matchup here. I believe that's Brian Lampton, right-hand lane. A red light by 001 there for Lampton, a 447 154 to a 588.8 for the Chevrolet Camaro, 121.21 miles per hour. Both family dragster up against the Buick Regal. That's the Cutlass left-hand lane. Wes May over there in left-hand lane with a 002 reaction time. One red for the dragster and lane on the winner's side. Going to be a 486 with 670, 99 miles per hour, 69 Chevrolet Camaro. That's Jeff Wistinghausen the second. Taking a Michael Gramlich's pickup truck in the left-hand lane. Maybe Michigan. Camaro out with a 32 reaction time. Pickup truck's 18 and run 6:43.0, 108 to a 6:49.1 at 102. Dave Lorenz and Jeremy Lewis. SS El Camino. The help from Liberty Trailers and Home Pro Roofing on the back. And Dave Lorenz driving Little Red. 1962 Chevy 2 out of Benton Harbor, Michigan. .005 for Dave, 019 for Jeremy, and a 556 at 121 miles per hour to a 687, 798 miles per hour. Tim Stout back up with his pickup truck, and Danny Angel in the left-hand lane. Ford Mustang, Pentwater, Michigan. .002 red light for Danny. Tim is 11 green, 626 and 673 at 100 miles per hour. Gene Reynolds, his rear engine dragster in the left-hand lane. Jim Davis driving the little white Chevy S10 truck in the right-hand lane, and Gene Reynolds drags her on the left-hand side. Both out green, double O's, both drivers here. Left-hand lane 474 to 145 to a 640 at 105.88 miles per hour. Next-gen race car dragster coming up out of Team Harbaugh. Looking on... I don't have info, you know. Looks like Mike Ferraro's dragster from Florida. Or Bailey. Bailey. That is Mike driving, I've been told. I remember seeing him drive this car about, well, I shouldn't say that. I'm going to miss by the year, but this is a car based out of southern Florida. Regular competitor down there at Immokalee. He's 11 on the let-go. 481, 141 to a 475, 146. Another one of the Ultra Tech pieces of jewelry here in the right-hand lane. Out of New York. Timmy Markaglu taking on the Overkill Motorsports truck. I'm guessing it could be anybody driving. I'm going to say probably Gary Williams, but it could be Troy. We'll have all that pop up once we get into eliminations. Data still going into the system. As I mentioned earlier, if you're listening online, we have a large car count on the grounds. Who's who of big money bracket racing here at the Mid-Michigan Motorplex for the 31st annual, running of the World Subaru Challenge, the OG50. Markaglu 444. Truck runs 566 at 121. Maddie McCormick burning out over there across the starting line on the FTI side. And Jeremy Johnston's Malibu. Car that Todd Burks made famous here. Again, I'm dating myself. 40 years ago, 30 years ago. Now it's Jeremy that runs it. Actually, a few years ago, the car made it back down south. I think Todd drove it for the winter. A 20 green and a 19 red there. Maddie in the left-hand lane, 452, 154. 654 for Jeremy at 104 miles per hour. Jason Hemmerline, the right-hand lane. Chevrolet Camaro. Out of Michigan, a car that Mike Nietzsche put together in one of those brand-new folk race car dragsters in the left-hand lane. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. 19 to a 14. Left-hand lane. 438, 156. Actually, that might have been Bailey Ferraro. Or Scotty Taylor. Somewhere out of that camp, I believe. 540 in right-hand lane at 128. Jeremy McCormick. Left-hand lane. Jeremy with the rudder on the back there. This blown dragster taking on... Four-link dragster big block Chevrolet. I know, unusual, right? Right-hand lane, no name, not on file. Jeremy in left-hand lane with a 433 at 159 to a 487 at 141. Scotty Taylor. This is Scotty in left-hand lane. His new folk car taking on the Camaro. Kenny Underwood. Glad to see Kenny back around. We were a little concerned. Car did a big wheel stand last time down and actually got out of the throttle or something happened mid-air on a wheel stand. That looked a little better for Kenny. Perfect for Taylor. 439 for the Triple O. Underwood's 11 on the tree and 595. Well, now we think this is Bailey Ferraro. Coming in the left-hand lane, the FTI Performance side, taking on the Trans Am right lane. 16 for Bailey and a 447, 153 to a 682, 100 miles per hour. Jake Cunnington, left-hand lane, Belleville, Michigan, and Alyssa Martin back up with her second entry in the pickup truck. Snowmobile backup of Jeff Jakewich, right-hand lane. Two snowmobiles competing this year in the World Super Road Challenge. He runs a 571 and 121 after a 004 red light. Steve Williams drags her 496 and 138. Chuck Ridenauer out of Indiana coming up right hand lane, the Corvette Roadster. Car that did well out here last year's event. And the drag coverage dragster out of Team Bloomfield left hand lane. Corvette out on a big red light. Let go before it came on. 6 red for the dragster and a 470. 517 for Ridenauer. Colin Estes, left-hand lane. Shorty dragster out of Illinois. Taking on David Lanning. Coldwater, Michigan S10, the wiring guy, taking on Estes, which was the Friday night champion out here last year, winning $10,000 the Shorty dragster. Kelly Smith out there with a pickup truck out of White Cloud, Michigan, and Caitlin Smith, the insurance man dragster, Sterling Heights, Michigan. Again, rolling through our third run sticker, the purple. They're out in the stadium lanes. Red light, green light. Caitlin's 14 red. Kelly's 24 green at 463, 650. 103 miles per hour. Comes the other insurance man car. This is Steve Smith. Burlington dragster taking on the Righteous Ride. Right-hand lane, our Racers for Christ representative, Warren Smith out of Temperance, Michigan. Ford Mustang, no-box racer. Actually, Warren was the winner on the no-box side during the 50K event last year. The 32-car no-box shootout on $50,000 Saturday. He made it through that field and advanced in the main event. This is Joe Bauman Chevrolet Camaro. Taking on Mike Stokes, driving the Mopar in the right-hand lane. Jordan Lechanowski's Camaro take on the supercharged Dragster left-hand lane. Pro Charge car, that might be Chris Stein over there in the left-hand lane. Be something in the 4 O's here. He's getting it. 409. 174 miles per hour. Right line 636, 107 after a 10 light. Stein, a former World Super Bro Challenge $50,000 winner. Gold Star Dragster Devin Payne with a 12 reaction time. And he runs a 481, 143 to a 451, 152 in the left. Lucky Larry going to come up in the right-hand lane, take on the truck out of Team McKay over there in the left-hand lane. This will be Brett. Tension in the pits. Kenny Simpson. Kenny Simpson with the Nova. We need you to change your car number to 300X, please. Just put an X on the end, if you would, please. Kenny Simpson with the Nova. Just put an X on the end of your car number. Make it 300X, if you would, please. Larry with a 580, 117 to a 651, 105. It's like Bug McCarty out with a dragster this time in our right lane. And Chase McKay. Chase was kind of almost forgotten last year because of the way the final round went down with the victory by Steve Mikus, which was a popular one. Chase was in the other lane with the Chevrolet Camaro. He was a runner-up last year in the OG50. Chase let go before it came on. Bug is 15 red, 479, 144 to a 602, 115. Michelle Taylor back up with the Malibu, Portage, Michigan. On the dragster out of Georgia. Ryan Barnes, rear engine dragster out of Georgia, right-hand lane. Barnes is 15 on the let go. Michelle's 026, 468. Michelle runs a 548, 125 miles per hour. Buick Regal back up, taking on Chris Wells' truck. Attention in the pits, attention in the pit area. We will take yellow run stickers. Yellow, our final color. Yellow to the lanes, please. Yellow run stickers, our final color to the stadium lanes, please. Bob Mandel bag out with the Roadster out of Tennessee. Taking on Corey Galitti, left-hand lane. Rear engine dragster out of Texas. Running down through their left-hand lane, 454, 155. Mandel clicks it off early after the red light. Ricky Adkins and Bernie Vanderplug next. Couple red lights by 007 here. Vanderplug and Adkins. 595 and a 590. Jeffrey Wistinghausen back out with the Vega wagon, taking on the dragster in left-hand lane. .457 and a 576. Troy Williams FTI Performance. Dragster left-hand lane, taking the Chevrolet Nova. So once again, we have called red, white, purple, and yellow. All four colors have been called. All four colors have been called for time runs. All four colors have been called to the state lanes. Red, white, purple, and yellow have been called. Williams is 007 and a 472. Chevrolet Nova 679. 99. Connor Jensen, the Malibu in left-hand lane. And John Parks, Ultra Tech, Race Fab Dragster, Leroy, Michigan. .444 this time for Parks, 155, 06, 1110. Jason Jensen backing up with his dragster, and Rick Harbaugh to the right-hand lane. .471 to a .466, 149. John Bowes, Corvette, backing up in the right-hand lane. And Brett Williams, 57 Chevy. For Bowes, Chevrolet Camaro. Kirby runs 433 at 160 miles per hour to a 641 at 107. Megan Lemon out there in the left-hand lane, and Randy Whitaker in the Dodge Daytona, both out. Green lights in the 20s. Drags her left-hand lane, 447, 154 to a 662 at 103 miles per hour. The 55 Chevrolet of Scott Kiefer and Wes May in the Regal. Couple of red lights there, 12 red for Wes, 9 red for Scott, and Scott runs a 607 to a 671 at 99. Will Holloman with the burnout coming up in the right-hand lane. The Lane Automotive side, FTI Performance side, will be Jeff Sanchez in the Chevy 2. Holloman, the North Carolina racer, driving for Ken Bear, the Bear Motorsports team, based out of Ohio. In the Victory Custom Trailers, beautiful Chevy 2 of Jeff Sanchez. Getting his final shot here before eliminations. Go down the left-hand lane. He's 15 green. Holloman turned it to red and runs 471 to a 630, 108. The C-Tech Performance. Pontiac going to be Dustin Loynes in left-hand lane, and I think it's Tyler Sizemore backing up over here on the right side. Loynes is 000 perfect in the left-hand lane, and he'll run a 590 with a 1. Right line 492.7, 139. Ugly Betty's going to go down the left lane this time. Cody Height taking on Tom Jones. Chevy 2 out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Rolling our way through time runs here on day 1. All run sticker colors have been called. We're on our final color. Terry Ballman and Steve Height out there right now. Height driving the Monte Carlo. Terry in the Chevy 2, Montrose, Michigan. Perfect light for Steve. Trip, zip, perfect. Terry's 27 green and a 597, 115. Right hand lane 647. Bobby Mandel coming back out, the Profab dragster out of Tennessee. Taking on the Chris Heminger driven Oldsmobile in right hand lane. Profab dragster in the left and the Oldsmobile over here on the right-hand side. Wheels up in the air for Mandel. 4:11 at 169 with a .95 60-foot time. Right-hand lane 7:26 for the Oldsmobile. Gary Fleener, dragster in the left-hand lane. Brad Walters, Chevrolet Corvette in the right. Brad Walters, Gary Fleener making their time run here. Red light by Forthau, 18 green for Fleener. Left lane 456 and a 542. Squires blown dragster this time in the right-hand lane, taking on the Sloan's Oldsmobile Calais. Austin in the left side. Double 04 for the blower car and a 441 and 162, 597 and 113 in the left. Paul Wolf and Jared Ledford next. Paul's dragster backing up right-hand lane, Olivet, Michigan. Jared, Greenville, Michigan. And Chevrolet Camaro. A 004 for Jared, an 028 for Paul. Paul runs 507, 134 to a 657 and 103. Chevy Vega wagon out of 660 Raceworks. This is Chris Kozlik in the right-hand lane. Taking on the Mopar, rolling up FTI Performance lane. Kozlik's perfect, trip zip, perfect reaction time. In a 6:45 at 105 to a 6:46 at 105. The Bad Habit Mopar coming this time in left-hand lane. Taking on Scott Taylor's Camaro Roadster at a Portage in the right-hand lane. A 15 to a 14. Taylor runs 480 with a 3 at 146 to a 657 with a 1 and 102. Door Slammer Chassis Fab Camaro Roadster this time on the FTI side. Mike Nietzsche taking on the FTD dragster of Mike Fuquay in the right-hand lane out of Tennessee. So Nietzsche leaves on the top yellow, 008 green for Fuquay and a 457 and 150.98. Andy Colvin, Mustang in left-hand lane, taking on Doug Heinisch's Corvette in the right side. Don't forget the 31st Annual World Super Pro Challenge event T-shirts are on sale at the Souvenir Building. We are kind of guessing this will be a popular sell this year with Steve Micus' Nova on the front of them, and you can get those at the Souvenir Building behind the second set of grandstands. Event T-shirts on sale. Showtime dragster coming left-hand lane. That'll be, I believe, Justin Daniels backing up. In the Shaheen Chevy dragster is Zach Unks. Couple of red lights out there in the tree. A 6 red for both drivers, 501 and a 527, 129. Tim Sloan, his first run of the event. The Sloan boys, Monza out of Tennessee, and Kyle Kidder, Benzonia, Michigan, 79 Chevrolet Camaro. Kyle had a good event out here. I want to say Moneymaker weekend, maybe. Won a lot of rounds with that orange Camaro. Tim is 14 on the React. Monza will run a 573, 117 to a 681 at 100 miles per hour. Shannon Poyser coming back up in left lane, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Dragster. Jeff Alexander, one of our no-box racers in the right lane of the Monza. Drivers, make sure your tech cards are turned in at the fuel building. We need your tech cards turned in at the fuel building. If you have not yet turned in that card, get that handled. Get your tech cards turned in at the fuel building, please. Red light for Jeff by 009. Dragster's 18 green. A 461 to a 605, 115. Toby Croning's pickup truck and Andy Wingo's Fiero. Be a 597 to a 577 for Andy. AJ Kosenka. Ray Lanting and the Brown Boys Monte Carlo, Pete Brown. Will Crawford drags here, Westland, Michigan, and D. Gibbons from Detroit in the S10 pickup truck in the left-hand lane. All colors have been called. All colors have been called here for the time run. .025 to a 008 red. Right line 449, 156 miles per hour to a 631 at 107. Nolan Blanchard and Sean Carver. Sean in the left, Nolan in the right. A red light for Carver with a Camaro by 008. Nolan with an 045. 562 at 121 to a 631, 107 miles per hour. Danny Angel's Mustang in the left-hand lane. Taking on the dragster. Racers, I'm going to make a quick announcement that has to do with the double-entered cars, and we'll make it again when it's a little quieter, but it's kind of a, if you are double-entered, basically these are the folks that haven't seen this type of event before because we've did this the last couple years, but if you are double-entered, when we go into eliminations, your second entry, you will not run your second entry until we call double-entered door cars or double-entered dragsters, whichever one you're driving. So the first time with your first entry, if you're double-entered car, if with your first entry, you would come up with a color. So if you're a red door car, you would come up with red door cars. And then you're thinking, well, I also have a purple sticker too. It don't matter what color sticker your second entry is because you're going to run with your all of the double-entered door cars or all of the double-entered dragsters. So once you run your first run with your first entry, you do not come back to the staging lanes until we call for doubles. Just make that very clear, and it gets very easy after day one. But those of you that have not seen that are typically, I run with my first entry, get up there, and then I wait a little bit, put fuel in, charge it. I'm going to get back in line with my second entry. That is not the way it works. You do not go back up with your second entry until doubles are called. So we'll announce that again here. Most everybody that's been here knows this procedure, but if you haven't been here, maybe a little bit different than you've seen at some other races. But your second entry when you're a double, you do not come up until we call for doubles. Mike Kane of the Mopar in the right-hand lane, taking on the Corvette Roadster. Riding hours out of Indianapolis area. .516, 134 to a 605, 113. So rear engine to dragster out of Team Taylor and Ferraro. Actually might be, I'm just guessing. The names will come up once again in eliminations, but I know I did see Nick Ferraro on the grounds as well, so that's probably Nick maybe driving this dragster. And he's not going to get a good run here. Wisely will back up, and we will reset here in just a second. Do a little reset here for the dragster. Ten reaction time and a 39, 156 miles per hour. The Hicks Racing, Hitches and More, Oldsmobile, and Gene Reynolds dragster. .067 and .020 reaction time. Reynolds is 476, 144, 695 and 99 right hand line. Tyler McCurry's dragster. Racy Oldsmobile. I think that's Roy St. Dennis' car. .008 for St. Dennis, .023 for McCurry, 491 and a 527. Concession stand is open. You want to grab a cheeseburger and fries? I got that. Chicken strips. Wheels up there for Jim Martin. 014 for the Camaro. Left-hand lane, a red light for Matt Gramlich. With a 004 on the wrong side. Runs 511 and 133 miles per hour. One more dragsters backing up here. That is Bruce Cole, the former champ in the left-hand lane of this event. Look it up. It was 2007. Bruce got his picture taken with the big check, $50,000. Racer formerly out of Minnesota. Kind of spends a lot of time in Florida for the off seasons now. So hold up here for just a minute. Bruce is still rolling down through there, but something obviously going wrong for Mr. Call and his dragster in the FTI lane. We will get back at it. So we're getting right down to the end of the line here for time runs, which means no box 32, you're on a standby call. No box 32, you're on a standby call. So once again, no box 32, you're on a standby call. Those 32 racers, get them ready. You will be called here very shortly. Marchini and Preston out there on the starting line making their final hit before eliminations. Preston's 18 and runs 480 at 143. Trucks 652. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Round number 1, no box 32 to lanes 3 and 4. First round of eliminations, no box 32 to lanes 3 and 4. .508 there for Ernie, a 450 0 in the right-hand lane. Scott Hornline coming up the right side. Freeland, Michigan, American Chassis Dragster, as we are down to the end of the line here. So no box 32, no box 32, lanes 3 and 4. You're out first, no box 32. Lanes 3 and 4, you are out first. Hornline into the sage beam here. Here we go. Tree down. 008. And he will run a 488.0, 141.95. Skylar Drews, Oldsmobile Calais. Coming out next. So we have called round number one. Round number one are 32 drivers in the no box 32. That makes sense. No box 32. There are 32 of you. We will take you to the lanes for round number one of eliminations. Our first box category that will be called will be red run sticker door cars. So you will be called next. So get those cars ready. It'll be red run sticker door cars for round one of eliminations. Jason Hemmerline with the Doyen Builders sponsored Oldsmobile in the right-hand lane. It's going to have called the no box 32 to the lanes for round one of eliminations. 0:13 reaction time here. .641, 107. Lane Ledford coming up in the left-hand lane out of Grand Ledge, Michigan. Chromeworks Dragster in the right-hand lane backing out. Out of Canada. Both drivers in the 20s on React in a 482 to a 463. Couple blower cars here side by side here at the end of the line for time runs. .422, 168 to a 465 at 149. So we have drawn the random buy run here for round number one. The driver that will get the buy run here in round number one, if there is one, is Paul Skinger, A166 dragster out of Middletown, New York. You have been drawn for the buy run with car number A166. If there is one in round number one, stay all the way to the end of the line to see if you get the buy run. Paul Skinger, A166, you are the buy run in round number one if there is one. And that will do it for time runs. Time runs are in the books. Next thing on the track will be our no box 32. We will do some maintenance out here on the track before we get going with first round eliminations. Got a little bit of a delay here, so if you're not a no boxer and you have not yet made it to the lanes, you need to be heading that direction. In red door cars, you will be next. We'll call you here shortly. I want to thank our sponsors, specifically right off the bat, Digital Delay, sponsoring Digital Delay Thursday here. There will be a random tech card drawn for a brand new Digital delay box. It will be of the racers that are out by round number 3. The racers that are out of competition at the end of round number 3, we will do a random drawing from those competitors, and the winner will get a brand new Digital delay box from Charlie Hama. Also, Drag Race Solutions with their daily buy run giveaways will be giving away a $250 Drag Race Solutions gift certificate, and the Chris Kozlik 660 Raceworks will be giving away a $500 certificate each of the 4 days as well. So once again, now while it is quiet, I will repeat the announcement I made earlier about double entered racers. The double enter policy here is that we will have those competitors that are double entered come up when your color is called with your first entry, and do not come up with your second entry until we call for doubles. So once we go through all the colors, door cars and dragsters, then we'll have a call for double enter door car and double enter dragsters, and that will be with your second entry. So with your first entry, come on up with a color with obviously you got probably 2 different colors of run stickers. Come up with one of those. You choose red, white, purple, yellow. Run your first entry. Do not come up for your second entry until we call for doubles. All right, we got our round number 1 of eliminations here on day number 1. Getting ready to come out of the staging lanes for our No Box 32. Before we get them going, we ask that you please rise for, we'll start out with our Canadian National Anthem, and then we'll go into our American National Anthem. All right, we should have No Box getting in and buckled up for round number 1. And with that, we are going to put out our first call, red door car, red sticker door car. To the stadium lanes, please. Red doors or red run sticker door cars to the lanes. Our first class call. We will continue with red, white, purple, yellow as the rotation. Door cars coming out first here on day number 1. So this will be round number one. Our 32 drivers that are entered in the no box side. It's going to limited field that they pre-entered way back when. And we are ready to roll. First pair out, Ives Beaudry, Azilda, Ontario, Canada. Skidoo in the left-hand lane, going to dial 618, and Jeremy Johnson, the right lane, the Malibu. Out of Kalamazoo, Michigan, dialed 654. Our first pair of eliminations here for the 31st Annual World Super Pro Challenge, day number one. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light, red light. The snowmobile turned it red. Jeremy Johnson was 2 green and runs a 56 on a 54. Johnson will go to the round of 16 on the no box side. Andy Wingo and Mike Gramlich. The S10, the left-hand lane, going to dial 644. The Fiero's on a 577. Wing goes in. Now Gramlich is ready. Tree fires. Green lights a pair. Separated by a little more than 100th of a second. Finish line winner. Right lane Wingo. 2 thou under on a double breakout. 11 thou under for Gramlich. So margin of victory 9 thou. Wingo goes to the round of 16. Scott Kiefer and Mark Martinez next. Kiefer's 55 Chevy dialed 607. Martinez, a Chevy 2 dialed 609. We have called red colored sticker door cars. Red run sticker door cars. Red run sticker door cars. Lane 7 and 8, we need you. Red run sticker door cars. We are going to put out the call. White run sticker door cars to the lanes. Both drivers out green. Martinez and Kiefer here. Win line. Kiefer 608 on a 607 with a 20 reaction time. Martinez was 50 and dead on for runner-up on that pair. Jordan Mikula and Kelly Smith are next. Mikula left-hand lane with a 661. Smith in right lane dialed 651. We have called red and white run stickers for door cars to the lanes now. Both drivers out green. Best run of the round so far between the trucks. Finish line winner going right lane. Smith 024, dead 0 for the win. Mikula 15, got there first. 7 thou under, took 16. They'd take 9 or less to make the win light come on. Todd Schmitz Camaro and Jeff Jaquish on the snowmobile out of Wisconsin. 572 to a 609. So both red and white run sticker door cars to the lanes. The snowmobile and the Camaro. Win light, snowmobile. 027, 3 over for Jaquish. Schmitz is 037 and 5 over in the left lane. Jeff Jaquish goes to the round of 16 cars. The Challenger of Rich Van Els and Alyssa Martin's S10 truck. 625 and 744. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green light, red light. Alyssa turned on the red light, so Rich Van Els with a 24 green, and he'll run a 46 and a 44. Alyssa's 1 over and hit a 13 red light. Doug Heinisch, the Ohio Corvette, 545, and Kyle Yacko on the Daytona, 675. Round 1 of the no box 32. If you do go out in round number 1 of the No Box 32, you can buy back, but you go into the box side. Heinisch with a red light by 002. Yakko with a win, running 1 over. Doug is 2 over when 002 red. Jeff Alexander and Clint Bailey next. Clint left lane 675. Jeff's Monza 604. The red light by 001 for Clint Bailey. Jeff Alexander's going to get the win light down there, running a couple under 027 green. He'll go to the second round on the no box side. Scott Erickson and Eric Doobie. The Doobie Duster left-hand lane down 721, and Erickson's Camaro right lane down 560. Red and white stickered door cars to the lanes for round 1 of eliminations. Red and white have been called. Doobie out with a green light. Erickson out with a green light. Finish line. Erickson. His car saved him. He was behind 200s on react. Went down there, went dead 8. Doobie was 15 on the let go, then 300s over. Erickson advances. Emma Helsel, the Chevy Nova, down 747, and Danny Angels Ford Mustang 632. Mustang and the Nova here. Winner going Mustang. Danny was 21 on the let go, and then 500s over for the win. Emma was 088 on reaction time. That took her out of that one. The Righteous Ride, Warren Smith, 631. Mark Daniels Camaro, 641. 10th of a second. Separate their dial-ins here. Two thou separate them on reaction time. Win light. Daniels dead 3. Smith dead 8. Margin of victory 7 thousandths of a second. Daniels was 37 on react. Smith was 39. Mark Daniels advances. Brett Williamson and Jeff Wistinghausen the second. The 69 Chevy Camaro up against the 57 Chevy. Williamson out of Winnebago, Illinois, down 593. Wistinghausen out of Brownstown, Michigan, 649. Here we go. Both drivers in. Tree fires. Green light. 6 thou separate them. Winner going. Left lane. Williamson 1 over. He's 037. Wistinghausen was 031. Took too much stripe down there going 15 thou under. Took 35. Need to take 20 or less. Tom Bray and Joel Young. And Racer Camaros here. 1970 and 1990 Chevrolets. 7:44 for Bray, 6:12 for Young. A red light for Tom Bray, so Joel Young will go to the round of 16. He's 0.29 and runs a dead 4. 33 total there after the red light for Tom Bray. Mike Kane and Jake Huntington next. Huntington driving Uncle Buck, the Roadmaster, down 7:30, and Mike Kane's Challenger down 6:05. Lane 7 and 8 in and buckle up, please. Attention in the pits, attention in pits. Purple run sticker door cars to the lanes. Red, white, and purple door cars have been called. Round 1 of eliminations. Jake Huntington and Mike Kane, the Roadmaster and the Challenger, give it to the Challenger. Dead on with a 6 at the end with an 0.56 light. Jake was 0.24 and a couple under. We need a jump box in the stage lanes quickly. A jump box. Anybody that's got one laying right here by the stage lanes? Bug McCarty and Chris Eminger here. Bug out of Hazelhurst, Georgia with the Oldsmobile, 6:04. Chris with the Olds Cutlass and right-hand lane, down 7:27. Win light, Bug on a double breakout. Heminger had him by about 400ths on react, but went down there and broke out by 5 thou. Bug chased him behind there, a thou under. Heminger took 40, needed to take 35 or less. Bug advances with the Oldsmobile. So I believe we got one more pair here. They are jumping a car that won't start back here with a jump box. And I think we're going to have ourselves a race. Looks like Donnie Hagar. Haven't seen Hagar on the track yet today. Well, he made it for first round. So Hagar's A&A Chevy Vega coming up in left-hand lane at Clark Lake, Michigan. And Alex Shield in the Ford Mustang right-hand lane. If you watched the event last weekend down at US 131, you've seen the last run down the track for Hagar was an engine-destroying run. They had his car sideways at about 300 feet. So he's got another power plant in there, and I can tell you he's dialed up about 2/10 from his other engine. He's on a 665 dial-in. He arrived at the track 7 minutes ago, shoved it off the trailer, and here we go. And then his opponent needed a jump box, and of all people, Donnie said, I got one in my car. Here you go. That's classic Donnie Hagar. Both out on green lights, and this is also classic Donnie Hagar right here. Watch this at the finish line. Oh, no. Oh. Hagar, 009, 1 over at 89 miles an hour. I think he missed his dial-in by about a tenth and a half. Alex Shield in right lane was 060 and 1 over. So Hagar will, I'm guessing, dial down maybe a tenth and give her another shot in round 2. We are going to switch everything over here to round 1 of eliminations in our box category. Start now with Bob Mandel's Chevrolet Corvette on the right-hand lane. He's going to dial in at a 465, and Toby Croning's S10 left lane dealt 596. Round number 1. The Thursday 10K, the boxcars coming out of the lanes. We have had some deliveries. If you're expecting a delivery, they are at the front ticket booth. We have had FedEx and UPS have been dropping, and they're all out at the front ticket booth if you were expecting a delivery. Toby's in. Mandel's in. Here we go. Green light. Green light. Heading down through there. Win light. Left lane. 599 on a 596 with a 009 light by about 100 down there. 3 over the dial in. Toby Croning advances. Mandel was 021 and 4 over. The Buick Regal coming to right-hand lane, Dell 665 and 548 for Mike Nietzsche. A win light for Mike Nietzsche. All right, red light for Mike Nietzsche. A win light for the Regal. 006 dead one, 7 total in the right lane. Ricky Adkins, Bulldog Dell 590, 592 for Dustin Loins in the C-Tech Pontiac in the left-hand lane. So Ricky Adkins turns on the red light, win light going Loins. Adkins was 1 red, dead 0. Frank Pilz in the Nova, Ken Atherton in the Willys. 557 in the right, 601 in the left. A red light for Ken by 12 thou. Frank Pilz was 005 in the Nova, and he'll get the win, running 500s over the dial-in. Ken was 3 over and had a 12 red light. Troy Williams Jr. in the left-hand lane, the Overkill Motorsports truck, and Chris Fleener, the Chevrolet Camaro to Port Clinton, Ohio, 594 to a 569. I think about 2,500s separate them on dial-in here. Fleener bumping. Now here we go. And a red light. 11 red for Fleener, 18 green for Troy Williams. He will advance, holding a couple hundreds, both drivers. Williams with a win. Big Roadrunner left-hand lane, down in a 659. Steve Mikas in right-hand lane, the Chevy Nova, dialed in at a 592. The Mopar in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a 659. Mikas, our reigning OG50 champ. Green light, green light. About 100 separate him on reaction time. Finish line winner, Mikas. By 7th thou at the finish line. He's 024, 2 over. Left lane was 10 and 4 of the dial-in. GDS Racing 69 Camaro. Taking on Chantel Lorenz's 69 Camaro. 6:03 in the left, 6:53 in the right. Chantel and Jim here. 6:03 to a 6:53. Winner, Jim. 025, 1 over, beats an 063, 3 over. Austin Sloan and Dave Lorenz are next. Dave's going to be in Little Red in the left-hand lane down at 5:57. The Oldsmobile from Columbia, Tennessee for Austin, 5:98. Colin Estes, Rockford, Illinois, 1967 Pontiac Acadian left-hand lane. Take on the Chevrolet Nova right-hand lane, 6:26 to a 6:04. Down the finish line here, give it to Estes. He's 0-12, taking 008 finish line to be 4 over. Right lane's 30 and 300ths over the dial in. Vance Brown and Ryan Pichaki. Ryan in the left-hand lane, 661. Vance in right lane, 556. Winner for Vance, 007 in 3 over the dial in. Jason Hemmerline and William D. Gibbons out there in the line right now. The S10 left-hand lane down on 631. Right lane, Jason Hemmerline, 641. A red light by 002 for William D. Gibbons. So Jason Hemmerline will advance with this car. And running a 300 under with an 025. He'll be back with his Camaro. The Gia of Joe Samalek is going to be next. Gladwin, Michigan, left-hand lane. And Tyler Clark in the right-hand lane. The Lumen out of Traverse City, Michigan. A 566 to a 555. A little bit of cleanup going to happen out here. We'll be down here for just a minute. A little cleanup out there about the 8th mile in the left-hand lane, but not a huge deal. Don't wander away. Once again, down here just a minute. All right, drivers, back to your cars. Drivers, back to your cars. We're about ready to go back out of here. Drivers, back to your cars, please. All right, here we go. Tyler Clark, Joe Samolik. Get us back going here. The Advance Auto Parts, little Gia out of Gladwin, Michigan, and Tyler from Traverse City, Michigan. Clark Family Lumina, 566 to a 555. A red light for Clark. Left-hand lane, the Gia with a win, running 500s over the dial in. Clark was 008 red. Samolik was negative 039 green. Robbie Gervin and John Linneberry are next. Gervin, the S10 Blazer, L625. Linneberry, the Camaro, 591. A win light for Robbie Gervin. John Linneberry is 7 red. So Gervin advances, running 200 over the island, 017 running reaction time. Kenny Underwood and Gary Fleener. Gary's Camaro Del 586, Kenny's Camaro Del 598. Down the finish line here, it's going to go Underwood. 020 and 1 over, taking 1 thou stripe. Fleener's 35 and 3 thou under behind. Greg McCurry and Tom Bueller. Fort Wayne, Indiana Camaro Del 619. Southline, Michigan Camaro right line Del 616. Tom and Greg, the battle of the Camaros here. Win line. Bueller. 002.5 over. McCurry's 048 and 700ths over the dial in. Larry Miret and Jacob Burdess. Jacob on the left-hand lane, Del 562. Right-hand lane, Larry Miret, Del 580. Down the finish line here. Winner going Lucky Larry, and he was Lucky Larry that time. He's 049, 2 over for the win. Burdess was 007 and 800ths over for the L. Jim Clark and Kyle Yacko. Kyle's Daytona 676. Jim's 442 Oldsmobile out 539. Left-hand lane, a win, a 009 2 thou under, beats an 030 and 12 thou, or a 2 thou under both sides. Winner, Yacko. Chris Wells, Dave McChesney, 646 to a 640, S10. Roland Blaine Automotive site out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. McChesney, Saginaw, Michigan, 1970 Duster. McChesney and Wells here. Round number one, winner. McChesney nailed it dead on with a 40 in 021. Wells is under and behind on reaction time. A.J. Selleck and Darren McChesney, 6:58 in the left, 5:48 for the Beretta in the right. Down the finish line, win light, left-hand lane. McChesney, 005, 3 thou under. Beats an 044 and 9 thou under for Selleck. Connor Jensen and Louis Taylor. Louis, right-hand lane. Lewisburg, Tennessee, Camaro, Del 580 and 611 for Connor Jensen, Malibu. Attention to pits. We need purple colored run sticker door cars. Purple to the lanes, please. Purple to the lanes. We've now called red, white, and purple door cars for round one. We need you. Once again, if you are double, do not come back up until we call doubles. Red light for Louis Taylor by 007. Jensen's 001 green. And on the 11, he runs a dead 6. 7 total for Connor Jensen. Taylor was 7 red and 1 over. Cody Height and Scotty Taylor. Taylor's Roadster Del 485. Height and Ugly Betty left lane. The Malibu 621. Both drivers in. Ugly Betty out of the gate. A red light for the Roadster by 1,000. Win light going. Cody Height. Taylor's 1 red holding 400s. Height's dead on with an 049. Todd Schmitz and Stephen Cull. Winner going. Cull, 016, 3 over. Left lane 060, dead 5. Cody Height, the Monte Carlo, left lane Del 598, and Doug Heinisch, the Corvette, Del 547. A red light for Cody Height by 003. Heinisch with a win. 016 and 1 over. Kyle Kidder in the right lane and Chase McKay in the left. McKay left lane Del 603. Kidder in the right lane, 682. Chase McKay, Kyle Kidder. Here we go. Tree down. Kidder turns the red light on. McKay with a win. Kidder is 10 red, dead 1. McKay is 22 green, 100th and a half under. Mike O'Rourke and Mike Marcette. The Stealth in the right lane down 552. The Camaro left lane down 555. So we have called red, white, and purple run stickers, door cars. 3 of the 4 have been called. O'Rourke, Marcette. Marcette, 20, 1 over the dial in. Left-hand lane, 37, 1 over the dial in. Mike Marcette advances. James Vanderbrook and Jason Jenkins. Ford Mustang for Jenkins, 727. Vanderbrook Chevelle down 612. On the finish line here, win like going Jason Jenkins, 015, 2 over. Vanderbrook's 048, 2 over. So Jenkins with the win. Michelle Taylor, Steve Tennant. Mustang 619, Michelle's Malibu 550. Michelle Taylor, Steve Tennant, finish line winner, Taylor. 027, take 003 stripe down there on the brakes. Tennant 16 and 2 over, runner up on that pair. Looks like Dustin Cesaro's truck down 671 and Brett McKay's truck down 651. A red light for the Cesaro Racing truck. McKay with a win, 014, and a dead 5, 19 total, and a win light for Brett McKay. Thomas Whitaker and Bernie Vanderploeg next. Bernie's going to be in the right-hand lane down on 595. Thomas Camaro down 533, FTI lane. One thou separate them on reaction time here. Whitaker and Vanderploeg. Winner, Whitaker. 012, 2 over, beats an 013, 4 thou under for Vanderploeg. Took 037 stripe, need to take 033 or less. Jim Davis in a pickup truck in right-hand lane down into 640. Steve Smith, the old Superstock Pontiac. Grand Dam out of Shelby, Township, Michigan, down 574. Jim Davis with a win. A big red light there for Steve Smith. Chris Kozlik. The Vega wagon for Kozlik down 648. Chris G's Beretta in the right-hand lane out of Bear Lake, Michigan, down in a 552. Both drivers out green. 3,000 separate them on reaction time. Down to the finish line, it'll be Chris G, 018, 1 over. Chris Kozlik, 021 and 300ths over the dial in. Kurt Harrington, Chevette and left lane down 612, and Tim Stout, the trucker lane down 673. Attention in the pits. We will now take yellow door cars. Red, white, purple, and yellow have all been called. Andy Wingo and Jeff Sanchez out there right now. Sanchez dialed in at 630. Wingo is on 577. Winner going. Left lane Sanchez, 035 and a couple over. Wingo was 044 in the let go, and then 3 over the dial in. Jeremy Luce, El Camino down 689, and Wes May, left hand lane. Indiana Regal down 671. And a red light for Jeremy, win light Wes May. Wes is 008 210 total. Don Vincelli out of Montreal, Canada on the left-hand lane, down on a 609 with a 67 Chevy Corvette. Taking on Ted Dunham in the right-hand lane. The Pontiac down on a 573. Vincelli with a win, 027 and a couple of hundreds over the dial in. Dunham was 065 on the let go. Tamara Simone out of Azilla, Ontario, Canada, in right-hand lane. 66 Chevy 2 down 595, and Chuck Ridenauer, 63 Corvette Roadster down 516 to the left. Finish line winner, Chuck. 011 and 300ths over the dial, and Tamara's 045 and then a 10th over. Ray Kinger and Mike Marchini. Mike in the truck dealt 654 on the left. Ray in the Chevrolet Camaro dealt 549 on the right. Drivers, make sure your dial-ins are placed on the passenger side of the race car. Passenger side. We're over here on the opposite the pit side reading dial-in. So make sure they're very clearly can be read from the passenger side of the vehicle. Camaro chasing on that S10. Wind light going. Camaro 5:49 on a 5:49 with a 0:37 reaction time. Marchini was 0:31 and 100th over. Final call for door cars. All door cars have been called for round one. All door cars with your first entry have been called for round one. Red, white, purple, and yellow have all been called here in round number one. Will Steckley and Tyler McCurry. Tyler's Oldsmobile in left-hand lane down on 640, and Will's Charger from Canada down 572. Good race here. It'll be a win in the right-hand lane. 0:14 and 1 over for Steckley. McCurry had a 0:05 and then went 7th out under, taking 34. Need to take 26 or less down there. Jordan Lichanowski and Kenny Simpson. Nova in the left-hand lane down 622. Jordan's Camaro in the right lane down 637. Both out on green lights. About 100 separate them here between Kenny Simpson and Jordan Lichanowski. Wind light going. Kenny Simpson, 0:21 and 1 over the dial-in. Jordan is 0:32 and 1 over the dial-in. Corey Mikas and Keith Helsel are next. The Chevy Nova up against the El Camino, 790 to a 594. Again, all run stickers have been called here on the door car side. Red, white, purple, and yellow have all been called for your first entries here in round number one. The El Camino of Corey Mikas. Keith Helsel, Chevy 2. Wind light going. Corey Mikas, 002, 400s over the dial-in. Keith is a couple hundreds under in 050 on the let go. J&M Racing Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane down on 8608, and Skylar Drews, the Oldsmobile Calais down 588. Jason and Skylar. Jason left-hand lane, 611 on a 608 with an 028 light. Skylar was 002 and then went 700s over the dial-in. Kelly Smith and Mike Kelly going to run right here. Kelly in left-hand lane, the pickup truck down in 651, and Mike Kelly's Mustang down 626. Red light by 001, green light by 001. Smith advances with a truck running 300s over the dial-in with a 001 light. Kelly was 1 red and 1 over the dial-in. He'll have to buy back to get it back into today's event. Kelly Smith will take that entry to round number 2. Mark Martinez. taking on the Plymouth Arrow of Corey Galitti. Yeah, you heard me right. Corey Galitti out of Tomball, Texas, of all things, driving the Mazda Plymouth Arrow. This is something we haven't seen out of Mr. Galitti yet. Martinez left lane down 610. Galitti on a 677. And I'm not so sure he made a time run. Win in left-hand lane 616 on a 610 dial-in with an 031. Attention in the pits, attention in pits. Red run sticker dragsters. Red run sticker dragsters for first round of the lanes, please. Red run sticker dragsters. Round one to the stadium lanes, please. Will Crawford and Alyssa Martin out there right now. Alyssa in the left-hand lane down 627. Will's Corvette down 521. We have called the first color for dragsters to the lanes. Red. Red run sticker dragsters to the stadium lanes. Green lights a pair here. Will Crawford and Alyssa Martin. Win line going. Alyssa by 0.002. Will may have misjudged that one by a hair down there, and Alyssa Martin gets the win line. Chris Heminger and Jeff Burdess. Malibu Wagondale 581. Heminger and the Olds will be able out 726. Both out on green lights here. Going to be a win in the right-hand lane. 581 on a 581. Jeff Burdess will advance. Jeff Wissinghausen and Joe Bauman. Bauman down 530. Wissinghausen on a 576. We have called red run sticker dragsters. Red run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Red run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Finish line, win light, right-hand lane, dead on, 010 light for Wissinghausen, dead on with a 717 total. Joe was 027 and let go, could not win. Randy Whitaker and Sam Manuel. The Nova left lane on a 677, the Daytona right lane down 662. Finish line winner going left-hand lane. Sam Manuel 012-3 over beats an 028 in 500s over the dial-in. Tim Sloan and Travis Milliman. Cavaliers on a 609. The Sloan Boys Monzas on a 574. Fourth, I'll separate them on reaction time. Winner going, Sloan. 010 and 5 over beats an 014 in 200s under the dial-in. David Lanning and John Bowes. Bo's left lane 608. David's truck 658. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. A red light for landing by 002. John Bose in the left-hand lane with a 007 green light. And he runs an 07 on an 08 dial-in. Landing running one over after the 002 red light. Bob DeChaney, the Chevrolet Malibu, dial 583. And Nolan Blanchard's Monte Carlo, dial 633. Bob and Nolan out there right now. Down the finish line winner, Nolan. 017 1 over, beats a 009 2 over the dial-in by 4 thousandths of a second. Nolan Blanchard advances. Roy St. Dennis and Brad Walters. Brad's out 544. Roy's on a 527. We will now take white dragster, white run sticker dragsters. Red and white have been called for first round. Red and white run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Roy St. Dennis Oldsmobile 527. Brad Walters Corvette 544. Finish line winner, Walters. Puts up 6 total. 005 dead 1. St. Dennis is 34 and has no chance in that one. Tom Jones, the right-hand lane. The Chevy 2 dialed 627. And Jason Hicks Oldsmobile dialed 695. So once again, dragsters, we have called red and white run stickers to the lanes. Jason Hicks and Tom Jones. Winner, Jones. Got it. 028 dead 8. Beats a 039 and 7th out under for Hicks. Stephen Parquet. That's not Stephen Parquet. That is Jeff Jaquish in the right-hand lane. Jaquish on the Artie Cat in the right-hand side. Down in a 572. Terry Bauman, Chevy 2 in the left-hand lane. Down in at 648. So it'll be Jaquish for the win, a 001 red light for Terry Bauman. Jaquish is dead on with a 2. He was a negative 007 green light. Sean Carver and Kip Burkhardt out there right now. Kip in the right-hand lane, dial 622. Sean's Camaro is on a 562 dial-in. $3,000 separate them on their dial or their reaction time. Winner going left lane, 027 4 over beats an 024 4 over the dial-in by 3 thou. Andy Colvin's Mustang and Scott Erickson's Camaro are next. Erickson's dialed 561. Colvin's Mustang's on a 620. Looks like we got a broken one up here on the starting line. Must have been maybe leaking or something. Mr. Erickson's going to make a single run here. I'm going to get a single run. I think Mr. Colvin's Mustang was leaking out there. Scott with a win here. And he runs a dead 2. 561 on a 562. Here we go back at it. Jared Ledford and Mike Stokes will be next. Stokes driving the Dodge Dart from Beulah, dial 582. Greenville, Michigan, Jared Ledford, dial 657 in the Camaro left lane. And Mike leaves before the tree comes down. Jared will turn on the wind light here, dead 3. Eric Squires, Defiance, Ohio, left-hand lane, the Nova with a 635. And Joe Bauman's Camaro right lane down 622. Final pair here of our door cars here before we switch it over to dragsters. Both out in green lights here. A slight advantage going to Bauman. Win light going to Bauman. A 007 1 over. 007 take 006 stripe. Joe Bauman advances. Dead 5 for the Nova with an 023. Mike Ferraro and Bob Kelly out first here. Bob drags her right-hand lane, going to dial 556. Ferraro out of Fort Lauderdale. Yep, that Fort Lauderdale, Florida, dialed in at a 447. Green light. Ferraro and Kelly. Green light. Kelly. 024 dead 9 beats a 0082 over by 003. Ferraro may have given that back down there or not got there. Tyler Sizemore drags from right-hand lane, taking on Mikey Bloomfield in the left. Bloomfield's on a 462, 493 in the right. Finish line, it'll be Bloomfield 001, 1 over for the win. Sizemore's 023, 1 over, runner-up on that pair. Ricky Harbaugh out of Gaithersburg, Maryland, backing up the Miller car in the right-hand lane with a 467, and Bailey Ferraro, this time in the left-hand lane, down 443. Green light going, left lane, and a double breakout, 016, 2 thou under. Harbaugh's 032, and 2 thou under as well. Ferraro advances, taking about 100 stripe down there. Tom Clark and Daryl Pollock. Tom in the left lane down 565. Daryl in the right lane down at 482. Finish line here, win light going right-hand lane, Pollock, 013, dead 9. Left lane 017, 4 over for Clark. Troy Williams coming on the left-hand lane, down in a 468. And Corey Galitti. But these boys didn't play in this here in round 1. Galitti in the right lane, Tomball, Texas racer. Williams from Florida, 468 to a 458. A run that you might see at a million or a big money bracket race across the country, running in here in round number 1 of the Thursday 10 grander. This is, wow. Galitti's 013, 2 thou under got sent to the promised land by Troy Williams. Williams is 036. Dead 3 at 130 miles an hour. Holy moly. Talk about the spray and dive and hitting the number. Williams just did it. McCormick and Gilman here. Jeff Gilman, right-hand lane down 456. Jeremy McCormick, left lane down 435. Red light for Gilman by 006, so McCormick going to advance. Running a 34.9 on a 35. Gilman was 6 red, McCormick was 30 green. Mike Fuqua and Ryan Barnes. Here's 2 more of the travelers out there on the tour here running in round 1. Fuqua left lane, Hendersonville, Tennessee racer, down 459. Barnes out of Georgia in the right-hand lane, going to dial 472. Mike Fuquay and Ryan Barnes down through there. Winner going Fuquay. He's 006. Ryan is not 006 in the right-hand lane. Fuquay with a win. Shannon Poyser coming out of the right-hand lane. She's going to dial in at a 462. And Blake Fuquay back on the left-hand lane down 456. Fuquay and Poyser, finish line winner. Poyser, 463 on a 462 with an 017 light. Fuquay's 21 on the let go, then a couple hundredths over. The FTI dragster in left-hand lane. Williams Brothers down 475. And Kurt Cheney with a red line in the right-hand lane. Hastings, Michigan dragster turned at 6 red. Williams with a win. Playing a 472 and a 475. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pit area. We have called red dragsters. We have called white dragsters. Now we're calling purple run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Rob Lutzky and John Parks are next. 444 for the Ultratech Race Fab dragster for Parks in right-hand lane. 496 for Rob Lutzky's American car in the left lane. So once again, purple run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Red light for Rob. Parks is 3 green and dead 7. 10 total for Parks here in round number 1. Rob's 100th over and let go before it come on. Jason Jensen and Lisa Bowes in the right-hand lane. Lisa's going to dial 481. 471 for Jason Jensen. On the finish line, winner going left lane. Jason Jensen, 006, 200ths over the dial-in. Lisa's 023, 200ths over the dial-in. Jensen advances with that entry. Mike Morgan, Gallatin, Tennessee, undercover car in the left-hand lane, going to dial 447. And John Cook from Mason, Ohio, in the right-hand lane, going to dial 465. Finish line winner going right-hand lane, John Cook, 040 and dead 0. Left lane 035, couple hundredths over the dial-in. Cook advances with that entry. Bob Mandel, Bob Payton. So far our fastest dialed car here in eliminations. Bob Mandel, left lane, Tennessee Profab. Dragster dialed 409. Bob Payton in the right-hand lane, 451 on the right. Here we go. Mandel Peyton winner. Wow, what a drag race. Bob Peyton is dead on with a 1 at the end with an 0.34. Left-hand lane, 1 over for the loss there for Mandel. Richard Briscoe, is that right in right-hand lane? Yep, Richard Briscoe, Oakley, Illinois, down 488, and Steve Smith, left-hand lane, down 469. Finish line winner, Steve Smith, 013, 2 over. Richards 027 and 2 over the dial in. So Smith with a win light down there. Gene Reynolds and Glenn Sutherland. Sutherland, the Indiana Dragster, backing up at right-hand lane down at 488. And Gene Reynolds from Roseville, Michigan, 476 in the left side. So we have called 3 different colors here for our dragsters. Red, white, and purple have been called. Red run stickers, white run stickers, and purple run stickers. Red light by 003 for Reynolds. Sutherland dead on with a 7 at the end. 048 dead 7. And a red light in the left lane for Gene Reynolds. Scott Taylor and Devin Payton. Devin right-hand lane, 482 dial in. Scott in the left lane down 444. Yellow run sticker dragsters. We've called now all 4 colors. So red, white, purple, and yellow have now all been called to the lanes for first round. Good one here. Taylor and Payton. Winner going. Right lane. Payton. 006 dead 0 for Payton. Taylor was 007, 3 thou under. In the best run of round number 1 right there side by side. So car number 387K may have lost a part by the ET Shack. Car 387K, go back to the ET Shack. You may have lost a part. Scott Hornline and Doug Foley Jr. are next. Foley driving the drag coverage, dragster left-hand lane down 473. Hornline right lane down 488. Side, it'll be a Hornline 001, 2 over, taken. Skeet, Michigan. American Card, Illinois, 490. Is 13 on the let go. Needed to go dead 1 or better to win, and he's 100th over the dial in. So Mike Zednick wins by 9 thou. Russ Sparks and Megan Lemon this time. Megan backing up in the left-hand lane. She's down 448. Russ in right-hand lane down 450. West Islip, New York racer. Finish line here, winner right-hand lane, Russ Sparks, 031 and 1 over the dial-in. Left lane an 066, dead 0 for Megan, so Ross advances. Just a little cleanup going on over here on the left-hand side. On the starting line. Duffy Girls Racing coming up in the left-hand lane, Chelsea Duffy and Taylor Cook. They come up in the drags in the right-hand lane. 466 in the right side. Chelsea left lane down 489. The Duffys wanted to thank the gentleman that helped them out earlier today. Brought him over some parts to help him get going. And Chelsea Duffy, the Ontario dragster, and Taylor Cook, the Ohio dragster here. 466 to a 489. Red light for Chelsea, win light for Taylor. On the 66, he runs a 1 over 67. 400's over for Chelsea after the 14 red. Paul Skins here out of Middletown, New York, coming up right-hand lane, going to down out of 469. And Timmy Markaglu out of Staten Island, New York. 2025 Ultratech car down 446. Green lights a pair here. Markaglu in control. Win light. Markaglu gave it back down there. He was totally in control with a 003 reaction time. Paul was 032 in the right. Tim gave it back by 009 down there. Markaglu will have to go to the buyback window. Justin Harrington and Mike Harbaugh. Mike in the right lane down on a 477 and Justin in the left lane down on a 502. A red light for Harrington. Harbaugh with a win. On the 77, he runs a 76. 035 winning light. Justin's dead on with a 4 at the end to turn it 19 red. Matt Gramlich and Will Crawford. Matt's going to be in the left lane, Del 510. Will's on the right side with a 450. Finish line here, it'll be Crawford, 004, 3 over. Matt is 029 and 3 over the dial in, so Crawford with the win light right there. Ryan Sparks and Will Holloman. Ryan backing up with the right-hand lane, Rochester Hills, Michigan. Dialed in at a 448, and Will Holloman out of Pine Level, North Carolina. Bear Motorsports out 471. Final call for the dragster side here. Red, yellow, or red, white, purple, and yellow have all been called. Red, white, purple, and yellow for round one. Everybody's been called. Holloman with a red light by 6 now, dead 6. Sparks is 5 green and 1 over for the win. So once again, all dragsters for your first entry, you have been called. Everybody has been called here for round one of eliminations on the dragster side. Trevor Deeks and Tom Dauber are next. Tom in left lane out of Medford, New Jersey, down 469. And Trevor Deeks right lane out of London, Ontario, Canada, with a 459. Dauber's in, waiting on Trevor. Now he's in, ready to go. Here we go. 3 down. Green lights a pair. They're within 1 thou, both on the 00. Look at that one. Wow. Trevor Deeks, 007 dead 2, beats a 008 dead 4. 3 thou, margin of victory. Dauber, wrong spot and line right there. Mike Newman and Jason Rich. Jason right lane out of Cookeville, Tennessee, down into the 422, and Mike Newman's Chromeworks car down 489. And Rich is playing Russian roulette out there with that stage light. And he turned it red. Mike Newman is dead 7. 016 dead 7. Jason's dead on, but made a pretty abrupt move out of the stage beam and got it back in there. But I'm guessing that would mess up your program a little bit there. Derek Gilman and Madison McCormick. Madison is in the left-hand lane, down 455. Derek in the right-hand lane, driving the Chris Kozlik car with a 468 dial in. Again, all dragsters have been called here in round number 1. All dragsters have been called for round 1. Each run color has been called. All 4 colors have been called here for first round for your first entry. Gilman's in, waiting on Maddie McCormick. Now she's in, ready to go. Tree on the way down. Green light, green light. 1 thou separate them. Winner, Maddie. 032 dead 0 beats an 033 100th under. Maddie McCormick advances. Lane Ledford and Jerry Burdess. Jerry out of Cuba, Illinois in the right-hand lane, dialed 482. Lane out of Grand Ledge, Michigan, dialed 482. Lane Ledford and Jerry Burdess, winner. Lane Ledford on a double breakout, 7 thou under in the left, 200ths under for Burdess. Ledford was 009, Burdess was 029. Carly Duffy and Ashley Cook. Ashley coming up in the right-hand lane, going to dial 486, and Carly left lane dialed 524. Both out on green lights here. 2,000 separate them. Winner going left lane, Carly Duffy. 031, 1 over, beats an 033, 3 over the dial in. The Shaheen Dragster of Zach Unks, right lane, Del 501, take on Eric Anderson. Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Dragster Del 487 in the left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pit area. We will take double entered door cars. Double entered door cars for your second entry to the lanes. Double entered door cars to the lanes. Winner Zach Ungst, 023, 2 over, beats an 036, 2 over in the left lane. So Zach advances with that entry. Once again, we have called double entered door cars to the lanes. Mike Ferraro drags from left-hand lane down 482, and Stacy Bueller's drags from right-hand lane down 517. Jeff Mandel and Mark Howard out there in the start line right now. Profab car 462. Howard, Battle Creek, Michigan, dragster 481. Both out, both green. Win line going. Mandel, 016, taking 005 stripe. Jeff Mandel will advance. Howard's dead on the dial-in, but had an 037 reaction time. Colin Estes and Ryan Pinkelman. Ryan Dragster Del 516, Collins Dragster Del 512. Ryan in the right lane, 024, 2 over. Allen left lane, turned on the red light. Ernie Goodson and Kirby McLennan. Ernie left lane, the undercovered car, Del 507. Kirby in right hand lane with a 430H. Well, wait a minute. He changed it to a 434. Everybody on the ground should have to work the computer one day. You can read their dial-in, and an H don't come up on the number pad, but they changed the H to a 4, so it's a 434 dial-in. Ernie's 507. Ernie and Kirby. Winner going, Kirby. 020 and 1 over the dial-in. Ernie's 053, dead 9. Steve Williams and John Bose. John right hand lane down on a 482. Steve left lane down 497. We have called double entered door cars for your second entry to the lanes, please. Williams and Bose, finish line winner, Bose. Williams got there first, took 34, needed to take 33 or less. He's 005, 1 thou under. John's 13 and a couple hundredths over the dial in. Larry Gramlich and Nick Lakeys here. Nick's going to dial 5 flat. Larry's on a 482. Nick and Larry out there right now. Win light coming on for Nick. 019, 7 over. Larry's 032 and 600ths over. Gary Fleener and Bug McCarty going to run here. Hazelhurst, Georgia for Bug, down 481. Port Clinton, Ohio for Gary, down 457. Finish line winner, Gary Fleener, 029, 1 over for the win. Bugs dead on with a 4 at the end. Didn't have the reaction time he had programmed in the delay box here. Jason Preston and Bruce Call. Bruce in the left-hand lane with a 474. Jason with a 481 in the right-hand lane. 700 separate their dial-ins here. Bruce and Jason out there right now. Finish line winner, Bruce. Jason got there first, 017, 2 thou under, taking 13. Need to take 11 or less to make that happen. Bruce is 007, couple hundredths over for the win. Chris Stein and Glenn Sutherland. Glenn in the right-hand lane. Indiana drags you down 488. The Silver Lake, Indiana drags you for Stein. Pro Charger crowd down 409. Chris Stein, Glenn Sutherland, winner. Stein dead on 409 on a 409. Sutherland's 023, 1 thou under. Stein running about 33 mile an hour quicker down there. Sutherland need to hit a bug on that one to go dead zero. AJ Kosenka and Caitlin Smith. Caitlin left-hand lane down 463. AJ's on a 483. Win line here, AJ Kosenka 0-14 and 100th over the dial in for the win. Caitlin was under a little bit, was behind on reaction time. She had an 0-58. Eric Squires strikes from left-hand lane. Taking on Paul Wolf on the right side. 5:08 to a 4:42. Two thou separating reaction time. Winner going Wolf. Double breakout. 7 thou under in the right. And a couple hundredths under for Squires in the left. Paul Wolf advances. Bob Koski and Tyler McCurry. Tyler in the left, lane down 492. Bob, the Red Oak, Texas strikes right hand lane down 513. Tyler McCurry and Bob Koski. It'll be McCurry, 003, 3 over, taking 6 thou stripe. Koski is 0-14 and 900ths over the dial-in, which I believe that's his first run down the track. John Simone, the Ontario Canada Novodale 595, and Justin Daniels Showtime Undercover Cardell 528. John Simone and Justin Daniels. Winner going left lane Daniels. 529 on a 528 with a 005. Simone was 1 over but had an 053. Jeremy Johnson, Jeff Sanchez. We move into the double enter door car line. These drivers have all been through the line one time. Now they're using their second entry. Sanchez is on a 630, Johnson on a 655. So once again, all double-entered door cars have been called. No matter the color, all double-entered door cars for your second entry have been called. A 00 true 2 red light here for Sanchez. Johnson will take this entry to round number 2. Sanchez is dead on with a 4 with a 002 red light. Toby Croning and Sam Manuel. Nova's on a 675. The S10's on a 598. Winner going left-hand lane, Toby 013, dead 9. Sam was 002, and then 12 thou under. Gary Williams driving the truck in right lane, 577, and Robbie Gervin left lane, the S10 Blazerdale 627. Right lane the winner, 023 and 2 over the dial for Williams. Gervin is 007 and got sent. Stephen Parquet in the Regal 664 and Dave McChesney's Duster 645. Steve Parquette and David McChesney here. Give it to McChesney. 001 in 200s over the dial, and McChesney advances. A little under and a little late for Steven there. Kyle Kidder and Darren McChesney. Darren's out 657 on the left. Kyle's out 682 in the right. Double o one red light for Kyle Kidder, so McChesney will win with this entry. Running dead on with a 4. 020 dead 4. Kidder's 300s over, but at a 001 red light. Craig Skinner and Skylar Drews. Craig's going to dial 682. Skylar's going to dial 595 with the Oldsmobile. Skylar Drews, Craig Skinner. Finish line, Skylar. 004, take 001 stripe. It's not a bad run. Craig was 033 and 2 over. Frank Piltz, the Nova from Cadillac, is going to go to the left-hand lane with a 604. And Tom Braves, Camaro Railing, dial 742. Frank and Tom out there right now. 6,000 separate them on reaction time. Winner going Tom. 017, 1 over. Frank's 011 and 300s over the dial in. Mike Nietzsche and Jim Martin. Jim's Camaro 653. Mike's Camaro Roadster 551. Winner going Nietzsche, left-hand lane 017, 10 over the dial-in. The issue there for Jim Martin on that run. Steve Micas and Michelle Taylor going to run here. Malibu down 550, the Nova down 593. Event T-shirts available at Souvenir Building. The 31st annual World Super Bro Challenge T-shirts are available at Souvenir Building. $5,000 separate them here on reaction time. Down the finish line, it'll go right-hand lane. Steve Micas, 029, 1 over, beats an 024, 4 over the dial in. Lucky Larry Murray in right-hand lane. The Cobra Jet, down 582 and 534 for Pete Brown, the Monte Carlo. Down the finish line here, wouldn't like going left-hand lane. Pete Brown, 028, dead on with a 4. So what's that? 32 total, and Lucky Larry's 35 on the let go. Jeff Burdess, The Wagon down 580, and Kenny Simpson's Nova's down 622. Burdess, Simpson, finish line winner. Simpson 6 dead 6, 12 total. Jeff is 0.29 reaction time. William D. Gibbons, left-hand lane with a 631, and Kenny Underwood, Chevy Camaro down 599. Both out on green lights here. 3,000 separate them. Gibbons and Underwood. Give it to Underwood. One over the dial, no 30 reaction time. A 33 for Gibbons and 300s under the dial in. Kenny might have fed him a little bit of that down there. Barracuda of Kip Burkhart. Going to come up in left-hand lane. Taking on Kent Atherton's Willys, a 559 to a 624. Down the finish line here, win light going on for Ken Atherton, 0.14 and 3 over the dial in. Kip is 0.53 and 2 over the dial in. Chevy 2 of Dave Lorenz. Taking on Jordan Lichanovsky. 556 to a 637. Both drivers in. Here we go. Lorenz and Lichanovsky. Green light. Wheels up. Both good on the tree. Finish line winner, Lichanovsky. 14 dead, 822 total. Dave was 007 and then 3 over the dial in. Jim Clark and Dustin Loins. Dustin left-hand lane, 592. Jim 538 for the Oldsmobile Rat. Red light for Jim Clark. So Loins on a free one here. He's 8 green and runs a 90 on his 92. Holding a couple hundreds. The Vanderbrooks, their Chevrolet Chevelle going to be up in the right-hand lane down 612. And Joel Young's Camaro 613 to the left. 1 over win, 0.26 for Vanderbroek by 0.08 of a second. Young was 0.38, dead 8 for the runner-up in that pair. Brett Williamson and Warren Smith. Warren in the right lane, Dell 632. Brett in the left lane, Dell 595. Brett Williamson, Warren Smith, winner, Warren. 001, 100th over the dial in. So he's 12 total, and Brett's 030, dead 0. Steve Height and Chris G are next. Malibu 621 in the left-hand lane. Chris G in the Beretta Del 552. Attention in the pits, double-entered dragsters to the lanes. Double-entered dragsters for your second entry to the lanes, please. Finish line winner, Chris G, dead 0. 027, dead 0. And an 022, a couple hundredths over for Height. Dave Marchini and Jason Hemmerline. 638 to a 654. Double-entered dragsters to the Sage lanes for your second entry. Double-entered dragsters with your second entry to the lanes. A red light for Marchini. Hemmerline with a win. And he runs a 1 over 39 on a 38 with an 0.11 winning reaction time. Bernie Vanderplug, Chase McKay. Chase is on a 602 dial in the left lane. Bernie's a 591 on the right. Chase McKay, Bernie Vanderplug, winner going, Bernie. 010 and 3 of the dial in. Chase is 040 and 2 of the dial in. Greg McCurry and John Hutchison are next. John, the Ontario Roadrunner Del 663. Greg, right lane 615 for the 68 Camaro. Now, red light for McCurry by 001. Hutchison's 016, dead on with a 2 in the left. Jeremy Lewis and Mike Kelly going to run next. Mike in left lane 628. Jeremy right lane the El Camino 695. And a 002 red light for Jeremy Lewis, so Mike Kelly with a win, running a 29 on a 28. Cody Height and Tim Stout. Cody's Monte Carlo, 599, 674 for the truck for Tim Stout. About 100th separate him on reaction time here. Win light going. Height. 024, 4 over. Beats an 037, 4 over. Chris Wells, S10, down 639. And Wes Mays-Regal, down 671. Final call, double entered dragsters. Final call for the double entered dragsters to the lanes. Final call. Green light, green light. Wells drilled it, perfect. Finish line, it'll be Wells. Trip, zip, perfect, dead 5. 5 total will take out Wes May about 3/4 of the time. Wes is 12, a couple hundredths under. Taking 8 at the finish line, but Wells with a near perfect run there. Austin Sloan and Danny Angel. Danny in the left lane, Delta 630. Austin right lane. Oldsmobile Calais on a 598. Here we go. Tree down, green light, green light. They're both pretty darn good. 12 thou separate them. Angel near perfect. And he breaks out. Danny Angel was 002 and went 2 thou under, taking 30. Austin's 14 and 1 over for the win. Jim Davis, the truck, down 642. The white truck. Brett McKay, the left-hand lane, New Boston, Michigan, his truck, down 652. And a win light for Davis, a 004 red light for McKay. The truck on a 42 runs a 42 with a 1 at the end. Jim Davis advances. Ricky Adkins, GTO, down 591, and Mark Daniels Camaro, down 641. Daniels breaks the Camaro right off the line. Adkins will get the win, but Mark Daniels breaks right off the starting line here. He is coasting down the track at 42 miles per hour. We'll just slow up the pace here for a second, make sure Mark clears the top end, which I think he is going to. Just about there. Is our next pair. Chuck Ridenauer and Kurt Harrington. Middletown, Indiana, in Plainfield, Indiana. Chuck's Corvette dialed 515 and Kurt's Chevette dialed 614. Chuck and Kurt in a pretty good one here. Finish line winner, Kurt. 020 dead one. Chuck's dead on as well. So react was the deal there. 020 beat the 028. Donnie Hagar and Chris Kozlik. Remember in the no box when Donnie was dialed 665? Well, he's back. He dialed 642 in the right hand lane this time. Chris Kozlik's Vega Wagon dialed 648. Kozlik and Hagar running down through there. Wind light going. Hagar. He was in trouble. He was behind on reaction time. Kozlik was 006 and went a couple hundredths under. Hagar's 020, 7th out under for the win. Bob Kelly and Don Vincelli. Vincelli, the Montreal car, 464. Bob and right lane, 556. Here we go, tree coming down, green light. The Canadian chasing on the drag straight hand lane. Give it to Canada. 017, 2 over for the win. Kelly's 035, 1 over for runner-up on that pair. Attention to pits, no box, round 2. You are on standby call. No box, the 16 drivers that are still in no box, you're on a standby call. Get those machines ready. Standby call for round 2 of no box. Tyler Sizemore and Ryan Sparks, 449 and 493. Finish line win line. Sizemore 014, 1 over by 0.02 of a second. Beats Sparks 023, dead 8. John Parks, Ian Bailey Ferraro. Bailey left lane 443. John right lane 445. Finish line here, winner Parks 008 and 1 over the dial in by 0.03 of a second. Bailey's 015, 1 over. So Parks advances. Will Holloman and Trevor Deeks. Talk about different parts of the world here. Trevor from London, Ontario, Canada. Will from Pine Level, North Carolina. North Carolina car dialed 471. The Canadian dialed 459. Both drivers being very careful here. Holloman and Deeks. This one's going Trevor Deeks, the Canadian. 0-16 dead 8. Holloman's 0-49 and 1 over the dial in. Doug Foley Jr. and Russ Sparks back it up here. 450 and 471. A red light for Foley by 006. Sparks with a win here. Running a dead on, 450 on a 450 with a 015 reaction time. Mike Bloomfield and Shannon Poyser. Shannon's going to dial 462. Mike, 462. Finish line here, win light going, Bloomfield. 008, take 009 stripe. That will work. Shannon's dead on. We had an 026. Kirby McLennan and Tim Markaglu. Tim, the New York racer, left-hand lane down 446. Kirby right lane 434. Win light, Kirby McLennan 014, 1 over. Markaglu's 042, 1 thou under. Tom Dauber, Medford, New Jersey. Drags from left-hand lane, going to dial into a 469. Right lane, a 483 dial in. Attention in the pits, attention in pits. The no box 16, round 2. The no box 16 to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. 16 drivers still in the no box. Back of the lanes for pairings, please. Both drivers in. Here we go. A red light for Dauber. A green light in the right-hand lane. 003. Win light. 300s under the dial-in. Dauber will have to visit the buyback window. Ernie Goodson going to run Corey Gallitti here. Ernie left-hand lane going to be down a 508. Gallitti right side a 457. Finish line winner, Galitti, 018, 1 over for the win. Goodson, 042, 1 over for runner-up on that pair. Gene Reynolds and Steve Williams. Williams left lane 496. Gene right lane 476. The dragster out of Roseville, Michigan. We have called round number 2. Round number 2 has been called for the no box side. Round 2, the 16 drivers still in. The no box side to the lanes, please. $5,000 separate them here. They win left lane. Both cars dead on. 010 dead 7 beats an 015 dead 7. Taylor Cook and Jason Jensen. Jason 471 on the left. Taylor 467 on the right. Don't forget those event t-shirts are on sale at the Souvenir Building. The 31st Annual World Super Bro Challenge event t-shirts with Steve Mikus all over the front of them. They're available at the Souvenir Building. Both drivers in. Here we go. Jensen and Cook. Red light, Cook. 004 dead 8 for Jensen. I believe Cook may have red lighted the wrong way. The old shallow stage broke the beam before he went red light. He was shallow. Ryan Barnes and Ricky Harbaugh. We do not use stage lock here. You stage shallow at your own risk. Barnes, the Georgia dragster in the right-hand lane, down 472. Harbaugh, the Maryland dragster, left lane, down 467. Both out, both green. 3,000 separate them here. Winner going Georgia. Ryan Barnes, 015, 1 over. Harbaugh, 018, 6,000 under. Ryan Pinkelman and Scott Hornline. Hornline 489, Pinkelman 518. Once again, those 16 drivers still on the no box side to the lanes, please, for pairings. Both out on green lines here. About 100 advantage went to Hornline, and that's going to help him get the win. He runs a dead on with a 7 at the end, 014, 21 total. Pinkelman's dead 0, but had a 26 reaction time, so he couldn't win that one. Derek Gilman and Eric Anderson. Eric's out 490 in the left. Derek's out 467 in the right. Both drivers on green. Win line left-hand lane. Looked like Derek Gilman had something go wrong on Gilman's car there, and he may not make it off. Yeah, maybe. I thought he was going to pull to the side, but he's still rolling. So we're going to have to hold up here a minute. Mr. Gilman is pulled off to the side down there. We'll have to go pull the dragster around the corner, and then we'll be back at it. So once again, we will be back at it here in just a minute. Go down and now Derek has cleared the corner, so we've got to clear the Ranger at this point. All right, we're going to go back at it here. Justin Harrington, Zach Ungst will be next. Zach's going to be right-hand lane, the Shaheen. Dragster out of Eagle, Michigan, Del 502. And Justin Harrington, we've got a heads-up drag race here. A 502 reaction time for the Combustion Services team out of Middletown, Indiana. Harrington Family Racing. Well, this is a bit of a strange one, and it'll be, wow. Both cars dead on. Zach's 068, Justin's 064 makes the margin of victory 6 thou in a great drag race between the two worst reaction times the entire round. Mike Newman, left-hand lane Chromeworks car out of Ontario, dialed on a 489, and that looks like to be like Mr. Kirk Cheney, I believe, in right-hand lane, 493. Wing going in right-hand lane there, 497 on a 493 with an 11 reaction time. Cheney advances. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Red run sticker door cars for round 2 of eliminations. Red run sticker door car. Red run sticker door car for round 2. To the lanes, please. Red to the lanes for door cars. Mike Ferraro, which we believe maybe is Nick Ferraro in right-hand lane. Florida Dragster down 448. And Matt Gramlich left lane down 513. They're within 1 thou and reacting a good one here. Finish line winner. Look at that. Matt Gramlich, 007 dead zero. Ferraro's 008 5 thou under. Justin Daniels and John Cook. Cook in the right lane with a 465. Daniels Showtime Dragster 527. So we have called round 2 of eliminations for our red door cars. Red run sticker door cars to the lanes. Red to the lanes for round 2. White, you're on standby call. Daniels and Cook. Winner, Cook. 14 dead 9, 23 total. Daniels is 33 on the let go, can't win. Lane Ledford, right-hand lane, drags her with a 480. And Paul Skinzer out of Middletown, New York, dialed in at 470. Final pair of the round. Paul was sitting on the bye run that whole time. And ended up being an even number of cars here in round number one. So a red light for Lane Ledford to let go before it come on. So Paul will hang on to his bye run, running a 71 on a 70. Lane is 1 thou under, but let go before the tree come on. And that will do it. Round one of eliminations for the Thursday 10K in the books. Paul Skinzer will hang on to his bye run and carry it to round number two. So just a little bit of a quick touch-up out here, and we will roll into the start of round number two of eliminations. Our no box 16 will lead us off. So we do need our no box 16 in ready. Here we go. And we are going to put out our call for our next color here in round two, door car. I'm looking on the list. We've called red, so we need white. White, door car, round two. White, door car, round two. To the lanes, please. White, run sticker, door car, to the lanes. So 16 door cars still in it here on the no box side. I shouldn't say door cars. 16 no box entries are still in it. And here we go. Andy Wingo, Rich Van Els. First pair out, round 2. Wingo left lane, the Fiero down on a 577. And Rich Van Els, 72 Dodge Challenger, will be on a 745. The start of round 2 of eliminations. Green light, red light. Wingo turned it 14 red. Rich Van Els is going to the round of 8 with a Challenger. 0:40 winning reaction time. Jeff Jaquish and Kyle Yako. The Daytona left lane down in 86.76. Jaquish snowmobile down 5.72. Kyle Yako, the Daytona. Jeff Jaquish in the Artie Cat. And Artie Cat, dead zero. 0:25 dead zero on the sled. Jeff Jaquish is going to the round of 8. Kelly Smith and Mike Kane. The Challenger in the left-hand lane down 6:05. Smith, right lane truck down 6:52. Buybacks are going on in the bottom of the tower, the office on the pit side. Bottom of the tower, that's where you go buyback. Question and where to take care of that. Kelly Smith will advance for the truck. A 004 red light for Mike Kane. Smith is 0:23, 1 over for the win. Jeremy Johnson and Joel Young. Joel left lane, the Camaro down 6:13. Jeremy's Malibu 6:56. Good run here in round 2 of no box. Young and Johnston. Winner, Johnson, 12 dead 8, beats a 16, 1 over. Jeremy Johnson will go to the round of 8. Brett Williamson and Danny Angel next. Ford Mustang out of Pentwater down 6:30, and Brett Williamson, Winnebago, Illinois, 57 Chevrolet, 596 dial in. We have called the first 2 colors here in round 2 for the door cars. Red and white. Red and white have been called. Williamson bump it in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green lights a pair. Angel, couple hundreds better. And gets him the win. 0:13, 1 over. Williamson is 0:34 and 300ths under the dial in. Scott Kiefer and Mark Daniels. Mark in the left-hand lane. South Boardman, Michigan Camaro down on a 643. And Scott Kiefer's 55 Chevrolet with a 606. Both out, both green, and a good one here. Daniels and Kiefer locked in. Finish line. Daniels, 005, dead on with a 5. Daniels, 10 total. Kiefer's 14 here in round 2 of no box and can't win. Jeff Alexander and Bug McCarty. Bug in the left lane, the Georgia Calais down in his 603 and 602 for Jeff Alexander's Michigan-based 79 Chevy Monza. A red light for Alexander. McCarty's going to the round of 8 cars and no box, holding 300s, running a 6 flat. Donnie Hagar and Scott Erickson. Hagar on the Vega going to dial a 638, and Erickson's Camaro will be on a 561. Both drivers in. Here we go. Hagar's green. Erickson's green. 38 to a 561. Finish line. Hagar, 008, dead 7, 15 total. Erickson's 24, cannot win. Hagar will go to the round of 8 on the no box side. Here we go, round number 2 on the black side. Frank Piltz and Bob Mandel. Chevrolet Corvette Roadster out of Culleoka, Tennessee. The quickest dialed car on the box side will be on a 469. Frank Piltz Chevy Nova will be on a 606. Frank Piltz and Bob Mandel here. 606 to 469. Winner going left-hand lane. Wow! Frank Piltz with the best run of the day so far. 000, dead 2. 2 total for the Nova. Frank Piltz. Mandel is dead on with the Roadster and cannot win. Jim Martin's JDS Camaro right-hand lane down 654. And Toby Croning, the Truckdale 597. Toby and Jim, winner Jim. Boys are getting dangerous. 007 dead 2, 9 total for Martin. Toby cannot win. Tom Bray, Pete Brown and X. Pete in left lane to Monte Carlo 533. Tom's Camaro right lane 742. A red light for Tom by 006. Pete Brown will go to round 3. 2 over, 535 on a 533. Gary Fleener and Ricky Adkins going to run here. Adkins with a 590 dial in. Fleener with a 586 dial in with his Camaro. Gary Fleener and Ricky Adkins. Finish line. Winner going. Fleener. 0-12, dead 6. Beats an 0-35, 1 over. Buick Regal and 69 Camaro here. Chantel Lorenz in the Camaro Del 603, 664 for the Paquette Racing Buick in right lane. Finish line winner Buick 667 on a 664 with an 045 winning reaction time. Chantel is 700ths over and had an 063. Colin Estes, Rockford, Illinois, 1965 Pontiac Acadian Del 604, and Jason Hemmerline. The Oldsmobile Right Lane, Unionville, Michigan, 638. One thou separate him here. Hammerline, Estes, winner. Hammerline, dead on with a 2, or 1 over the 2. Estes is 1 over with an 8. Margin of victory, 005. Jason was 017. Colin was 016. Larry Miret and Dustin Loins. Dustin on a 592. Larry on a 583. Win light going, left-hand lane, Loins, 006, 3 over. Larry's 063, no chance there. Steve Micas and Dave Lawrence. Lil Red, down 556 in the left. Rally Nova, down 594 in the right. Lorenz and Micas to the finish line. Winner, Micas, 010, dead 2. 12 total for Steve. He will advance. Troy Williams driving Old Red in left lane down into 569, and Doug Heinisch. The Corvette down 547. Eighth mile finish line. Winner Heinisch 011, 1 over, taking 6 thousandths down there. Troy is dead on with a 6 with an 024. Connor Jensen and Alyssa Martin will be next. Martin in the right-hand lane. Maybe that's Cody. I can finally figure it out. Cody Martin in the right-hand lane, down 630, and 612 for Connor Jensen left lane. Craig Skinner and Robbie Gervin out there right now. Robbie's going to be on a 625. Craig's on a 683. .684 on an 83 for Skinner, and a win light comes on. Thou under for Gervin. He took 2 thou. Need to take 1 thou. Dave McChesney and Tyler Clark. Tyler in the right-hand lane down in at a 568, and Dave McChesney's Duster down 646. A win for Clark, 577 with an 015 light. McChesney, something not kosher when he left the start line there. That is not Dave McChesney reaction time. 175, something going wrong there. Darren McChesney, the Duster's going to dial 657 in the left. Sam Manuel's Nova dialed 673 in the right. A red light for Darren by 007, so Sam advances. He's 008 and dead on with a 9. Jim Clark's Oldsmobile Rat. Going to dial 538 and John Hutchison's Roadrunner, 663. Both drivers into the pre-stage. Now Jim's ready to go. John's in. Tree coming down. Green light, red light. Clark turned at 008 red. John was ready. He's 007 and runs a 62 on a 63. Mike Kelly and Joe Samelik. The Advanced Auto Parts Gia, 559. The Mustang, 630. Joe and Mike in a pretty good one, separated by about 100th. Finish line, left lane. Joe Samelik, 562 on a 559. 025 light. Mike was 035, then under by 3 thou. Kenny Underwood and Steve Height. Steve in left lane down to 622, and Kenny right lane down 599. A 007 red light for Underwood. Height will advance. On the 22, he runs 200ths under. Kenny's 100th under with a 007 red light. Will Steckley and Chase McKay. Chase left lane down 603. Will right lane down 573. Both out on green light. 6 thou separate them. Finish line winner, right lane. Will Steckley, 035 dead 5. Chase McKay was 029, 1 thou under. Took 12, needed to take 11 or less. Greg McCurry, Ken Atherton. Ken's on a 559. Greg's on a 618. Attention to pits. Purple run sticker door car, round 2. Purple to the lanes. Ken's going to get the win here. Greg is slowing over there in the left-hand lane for the second round in a row. Kind of crawling down through there. Something not exactly kosher on the Camaro. So once again, door car round 2. We have called red. We have called white. Now we are calling purple run stickers to the lanes. Red light by 007. Jared Ledford will advance. He's 008 green and 1 over. Vance Brown was 007 red and dead on with a 6 at the end. Tim Stout and Brad Walters. Brad's Corvette on a 543. Tim's truck on a 675. A red light for Tim Stout. Walters with another 00 light. He's 9 this time and a couple hundredths under, so Brad Walters advancing to round 3. Cody Height and John Bowe's going to run here. John's high gear only Corvette down 607, and Cody left-hand lane, the Monte Carlo, 6 flat. Cody Height, John Bose here. Bose is in. Cody's in. Tree down. Both green. The race looks funny, but here comes a Corvette. High gear only setup. Wind light going. Corvette. 010, 1 over the dial in for the win. Cody's 028, 1 over for the loss. Warren Smith and Chris Kozlik. Righteous Ride Mustang 632. Kozlik's Vega Wagon 646. Chris Kozlik and Warren Smith out there right now. Big advantage for Kozlik here. He's going to get to win 4 over the dial-in. Chris is 007. Warren was not. He was 074. John Simone out of Sudbury, Ontario, Canada. The Novadell 595 and Kurt Harrington. Cool little Chevette out of Middletown, Indiana, dialed 614. Finish line here. Winner going right lane. Wow. Harrington was 007, 2 thou under, taking 30. Simone's 023, 1 over for the win. Austin Sloan and Jacob Burdess. Burdess in the Roadster, left lane down 563. Sloan's Oldsmobile Calais, 599. Burdess and Sloan, finish line, Burdess. Sloan was 004, 8 thou under. Burdess is 021, 1 over for the win. Austin took a little too much stripe. Mike Marcette and Brett McKay. Brett in the left-hand lane. He has 10 down 653. Marcette stealth down 552 in the right-hand lane. Marcette in. Now McKay's in. Here we go. Tree on the way down. McKay's out green. Marcette's out green. Finish line winner, Marcette. He's 9 and 1 over. McKay's 36 down there taking 2 thou, but he had to go a couple hundredths under to make that work. Kyle Yako and AJ Selleck. Daytona 676 to Beretta 547. Attention to pitch, yellow sticker door cars, round 2. Yellow sticker door cars, round 2. So we've called red, we've called white, we've called purple, now we've called yellow for round 2. Finish line winner, right-hand lane. Selleck, 010, 2 over for the win. Yako's 034 and 2 over himself. Don Vincelli out of Montreal, the Corvette dialed in at 611. Right-hand lane, John Linneberry, 592. Vincelli and Linneberry out here right now. It'll be, look at that, left lane Vincelli. 003 dead 8, 11 total for Don Vincelli. That turned his win light on. Keith Helsel and Steve Cull. 652 for the wagon in the right lane, 592 for the Chevy 2. So round 2 on the door car side, all colors have been called now. Round 2 on the door car side, all colors have been called to the lanes. Red, white, purple, and yellow. All 4 have been called. On the finish line here, win like going Cull. He's 022 and a couple over. Keith missed it a little bit there, 069. Jordan Lichnowsky and Skylar Drews. Skylar left-hand lane down 595. Jordan right lane down 637. Skylar was in the final of the 50 grander a few years ago, driving a dragster. Skylar and Jordan, finish line, Skylar. 014 taking 004. Skylar has been on point at the finish line today so far. He's going to round 3. Jeff Wistinghausen, the Vega Wagon, 576, and Tom Bueller's Camaro, 620. Down the finish line, it'll be Wissinghausen, 005, 1 over for the win. Bueller missed it a little bit. He's 039 and 1 over. The Vanderbrook Yenko Chevy Chevelle Dow 612, and Simpson Racing Nova left-hand lane 621. Kenny Simpson out of Muskegon, Michigan. On the finish line here, Winline left-hand lane, 018 and 3 over for Simpson, 050 and 1 over to the right-hand lane. Well, I don't know how they figured this one out. Michelle Taylor is racing Scott Taylor. Husband and wife. Scott Taylor has no chance. Bet your house that Michelle Taylor wins this race. Go ahead. Michelle in the left lane, down 549. Scott in the right lane. I don't know how he can win here. There's no way. If he wins, he loses. If he loses, he wins. That's the only recipe for success here. 485 to a 549. Down the finish line, winner going left lane. What did I say? 009, 1 over. Scott just got his handed to him anyway. She's 009, 1 over. He's 027, 3 thou under. Jim Davis in the truck in the right-hand lane and Jason Jenkins left-hand lane. 728 to a 642. Red light for Davis by 002. Jenkins with a win light. Running a 27 on a 28. Chris Fleener and Jason Mikula. Chevy 2, left lane, 609. Fleener's Camaro, 593. Mikula in the left, Fleener in the right. Finish line, win light. Fleener, 13, taking 007 stripe. Chris Fleener advances. Jason was 020 and 1 over. Emma Helsel in the right-hand lane. The Chevy Nova down in a 750. And Jeff Sanchez, Chevy 2, 630. Rolling through round 2 of eliminations on the door car side. On the finish line winner, Sanchez, 034. It takes 6 thou stripe to be 4 over. Jeff Sanchez advances. Corey Mikas coming out of the burn box in the right-hand lane, taking on Sean Carver's Camaro in the left lane. 562 to a 789. Both drivers in, tree down, green light. Green light. Big head start here to the El Camino of Corey Mikas. Sean Carver chasing. Finish line, Carver dead on. 62 on a 62 with a 21 light. Mikas was 015, went 200ths over the dial in. Attention in the pits, attention in pits. Dragster side, red run stickers. Dragster side, red run stickers for round 2 to the lanes. Dragster side, red run stickers. Round 2 of eliminations to the senior lanes. Will Crawford taking on the Mikula Racing pickup truck here, and it'll be Mikula 63 on a 60 with a 15 light. Crawford 16 and 400ths over the dial-in. Mikula advances. Mike Gramlich and Kyle Kidder. Left-hand lane Gramlich down 643. Kyle right lane down 685. So we've called dragsters for round 2. Dragsters, red run sticker dragsters for round 2. Red run sticker dragsters for round 2 to the lanes. Finish line, winner going, Kyle Kidder, 0:30 and 1 over by 7 thou. Takes out Mike Gramlich here in round 2. Gramlich was 0:43 and 1 over. Wes May and Chris Heminger. Wes in the left-hand lane down 671. Chris in right-hand lane down 727. Chris G in the right-hand lane. Dave Marchini in the left-hand side. David on a 653. Chris on a 552. So it's going to be put out the call for dragsters. The dragster side, the red run sticker dragsters. Red run sticker dragsters, our first color on the dragster side. We have called you to the lanes. The truck and the Beretta out here right now. Truck red lights. Red light for Marchini. Right lane a winner for the Beretta. Dead on with a 1. Marchini's 1 thou under. 19 red. Joel Young's Camaro. Steve Tennant's Mustang. 621 to a 613. And looks like an issue here for Steve Tennant. He's slowing in the right-hand lane. Win going for Young. Tennant slowing down in the Ford. Kelly Smith and Chuck Ridenauer next. Chuck in left lane, the Corvette Roadster, 515. Kelly in the truck, 654. Finish line, win light coming on. Truck. 030, take 004 to be 3 over. Chuck is 045, 1 over for runner-up on that pair. Ives Baudry in the left-hand lane. The sled down 623. And Jeremy Luce, the El Camino down 692. Jeremy's out. Here comes the snowmobile. Finish line winner, Jeremy. 695 on a 692 with an 020 reaction time. Sled was a couple over as well, and an 055. Chris Wells and Tim Sloan having a burnout contest here. I think Tim won. Went a little further. Sloan boys Monza down 578. Chris is S10 down 639. Down the finish line, win light going. Sloan, 019, take 11 to be 1 over. Chris Wells is 028 and 1 over. David Lanning and Mark Martinez. Mark with a 609, David with a 659. Two thou separate them on the starting line. Win light going. Truck. 010, 1 over. Mark is 008, and then 3 over the dial in. Ray Kinger. Ray's Rat Camaro, 549. Taking Alyssa Martin in the left-hand lane. Dial then at 627. Attention in the pits. White Runsicker dragsters for round 2. White Runsicker dragsters for round 2 to the lanes. Ray Kinger with a win there. Breakout in the left-hand lane by 7 thou. So once again, we called red and now white Runsicker dragsters for round 2. Clint Bailey and William Gibbons are next. William in the left lane. Dial 627. Clint Bailey in right-hand lane, down 676. The dart. Finish line here, it'll be the truck dead on 27 on a 27 with a 34. Right lane 019 for Clint. He had a better reaction time, but went 11 thou under the dial-in, giving William D. Gibbons the win. Thomas Whitaker and Michael Stokes. Mike's going to dial 582. Tom's Camaro 534. Oh, Stokes had an issue, and then Whitaker red lighted. Thomas is 002 red, and Mike Stokes is 264 reaction time because something went wrong for Stokes, but the win light came on. Andy Wingo and Joe Bauman. Bauman's Camaro 623, Andy's Fiero 578. Joe Bauman and Andy Wingo here. Win light going. Wingo. 031 dead zero. Bauman was 008. It went 5 thou under. Took 28. Need to take 23 or less. Tyler McCurry in the left-hand lane. And Jeff Jaquish in the right. 572 to a 638. Seventh thou separate them here. Finish line winner, Jaquish, the sled. 037, 1 thou under. McCurry got there first, 030 and 11 thou under. Jaquish advances. Nolan Blanchard and Jason Hicks. Jason in the left lane, 694. Nolan in the right, 633. Both out in green lights here. A couple hundred separate them. Win light going. Hicks. 014. Take 006 to be 2 over for the win. Jeff Burdess and Dustin Cesaro in the left-hand lane. 673 to a 581. Burdess is in, waiting on the pickup truck. Here we go. Green lights a pair. 7 thou separate them. Win light. Truck. 016, dead 3. That's 19 total. Burdess is 023 reaction time. Ricky Harbaugh and Tom Jones, our final door car in line. Going to race a dragster here. Harbaugh's dragster on a 467. Tom Chevy 2 on a 627. Dragster door car matchup here in round 2. Winner, door car. 018, dead 7. Harbaugh's 001, 2 over with an 8. May have miscalculated the finish line there by a 4th thou, because 004 for Tom. Bob Kelly and Nick Ferraro. Nick in the left lane with a 4:48 dial in. Bob in right lane down 5:57. Bob with the red light there. Nick Ferraro advancing, running a thou under with an 017 light for the win. Daryl Pollock and Mike Fuquay. FTD. Dragster in the left-hand lane out of Hendersonville, Tennessee. Diamond Cardell 460 and Daryl's American Chassis Dragster from Hemlock, Michigan. Down 482. Left-hand lane 461 on a 460, a win for Fuquay. Right-hand lane 011 and 3 over for Daryl. Paul Skingier in the right-hand lane out of Middletown, New York. Race Tech car down 471. And Tom Clark from Cope-Mish, Michigan, down 568. Five thou separate the reaction times. Winner goes Paul. 017, 1 over for the win. Tom is 022 and 7 thou under. Gary Williams and Rob Lutzke. Rob in the right-hand lane, down 496. Gary in the left-hand lane, down 475. Gary Williams and Rob Lutzke here. Gary's in. Rob is ready to go. Here we go. Green light. Green light. Williams is 006. 2 over. Rob is dead on, but had an 040 reaction time. Shannon Poyser and Bailey Ferraro next. Bailey left lane 443. Shannon right lane 462. The red light for Shannon. Bailey got away with one there. My guess is Bailey came off and went back on, and it was on, and he won with a 3:28 reaction time. Mike Bloomfield and John Cook. Mike in the left, 462. John on the right, 464. Right lane, a 464 and a 464 for Cook. Bloomfield turned it red. All right, on the dragster side, we have in the lanes red and white and now purple. Red, white, purple. Red, white, purple to the lanes. Red, white, and purple. Red, white, and purple run stickers on the dragster side have been called. Red, white, and purple. Corey Galitti in the right-hand lane. Tyler Sizemore on the left. 493 to a 457. Finish line, Galitti. 009, take 002 stripe. Corey Galitti advances. Sizemore's dead on with an 018. Jeremy McCormick and Ryan Barnes. Ryan right lane down 472. Jeremy left lane down 436. So red, white, and purple on the dragster side. Red, white, and purple to the lanes. Ryan out in front. Here comes McCormick. Finish line, Ryan. 002 and 1 over for the win. McCormick 069 and 1 over for runner-up on that pair. Tim Markaglu and Taylor Cook. Tim in the left lane, 446. Taylor in the right lane, 466. Fourth, I'll separate him here. Winner, Markaglu. 014, 1 over. Cook, 018, 1 over. Markaglu goes to the third round. Mike Morgan in the left-hand lane. And Kirk Cheney in the right lane. Kirk's out 493. Morgan on a 448 with a blown Big Black Chevrolet out of Tennessee. Attention in the pits, yellow. Yellow. You yellow run sticker dragster round 2 to the lanes. Yellow. Cheney with a perfect light and a dead 2. How about Cheney throwing down 2 total? Morgan red lighted, but I don't think it have made any difference right there. Kurt Cheney's trip, zip, and dead 2. He'll go to the third round. Blake Fuquay back in on left lane, 456 dial in. And Scott Hornline right lane down 489. So we've called all colors for round 2 of dragsters. All colors on the dragster side. Red, white, purple, yellow have been called. Win line, horn line, 030, dead 1, beats an 022, 1 over by 2 thou. My guess is Blake may have misjudged that one by 2 thou. Doug Foley Jr. and Russ Sparks. Russ in right lane, 450. Doug in left lane, 470. Both out. Both are 002. 002, 1 over. Beats a 002, 1 over by 003 at the finish line. Sparks advances. Devin Payton and Steve Smith. Steve the diamond card in left-hand lane down 469. Devin right-hand lane way down there in the burn now. And he's coming back. 482 dial in. Three thou separate him here. Win line. Smith. Peyton's 011. 3 thou under, taking 19. Smith is 014, 1 over for the win. Peyton need to take 16 or less. Ryan Sparks and Scott Taylor. Scotty dialed at 444. Ryan dialed at 451. Red light for Ryan by 007. Green light by negative 007 for Scotty. He's going to get the win, running a 440. Scotty Taylor Dragster got a little bit of an oil leak out there, guys. Take a minute and mop up here on the left-hand lane, right on the starting line. Not a humongous deal, but definitely needs to be taken care of. Before we go to our next pair, Scott Lemon and Bob Payton. Scott Lemon, Gallatin, Tennessee, dragster in the left-hand lane. Out of Drag Race Solutions, one of the sponsors here this weekend. Giving away some certificates each and every day. Taking on Bob Payton, Fowlerville, Michigan, dragster right-hand lane. 451 to a 449. A red light for Payton by 003. Lemon was 004 green and then 4 thou unders. So a 4 on the green side and 4 under the dial in for Lemon for the win. Payton was dead on as well, but turned it 003 red. Megan Lemon this time. Going to be in the left-hand lane down 448 and Derek Gilman. 466 in the right. A red light for Megan Lemon, Derek Gilman with a win. And he runs a 67 on a 66 with no 17 light. Mike Zednick back in up the right-hand lane from Petoskey, Michigan, down 495. And Jason Jensen. Left-hand lane down 471. Two thou separate them here. Finish line, left lane. Jensen, 011 and 1 over. Beats an 013 and 2 over the dial in. Battle of the chassis shops here. The Ultratech Race Fab team of John Parks in right-hand lane. 446 dial in, taking on the Profab chassis shop of Bob Mandel out of Tennessee, Dell 409. Here we go. Tree coming down. Red light for Parks. Mandel is perfect. 000. A perfect run. Bob Mandel has just laid down nothing. Trip, zip, dead zero with a 409 dial in. Parks went red, but it means nothing. Mandel laid down 0. He'll go to the next round. Chelsea Duffy and Kirby McLennan next. Kirby in the right-hand lane, 434 dial-in. Chelsea in the left, 493. Finish line, winner, right line, McLennan. Dead on with a 5, 027. Chelsea's 031 and a couple hundredths under the dial-in. McLennan advances. Glenn Sutherland and Will Holloman next. Willie Wood in the left lane down 472. Sutherland right lane down 488. So Will Holloman and Glenn Sutherland here. Taking their time. Will goes in first. Now Sutherland's ready. Here we go. Fourth, I'll separate them. Finish line. Holloman, 0-15, take sixth thou. Sutherland's 19 and 1 over. Matt Gramlich and Jeff Gilman next. Jeff down 4:57. Matt's on a 5:13. Both out, both green, and Gilman's in trouble here. Left lane, Matt, 0-24, dead on. Jeff is dead on, but he had a 125 light. He's a 10th behind at the stripe. Mike Harbaugh and Richard Briscoe next. Oakley, Illinois. Drags for A lane down 488, and Harbaugh's out of Gaithersburg, Maryland, out on a 479. Win line, Harbaugh 0-15 and 3 over for the win. Richards 0-44 and 2 over for runner-up on that pair. We have a driver that lost a cap to a dry sump tank. If you happen to see one laying around, a dry sump tank oil cap, that's not something a lot of people have spares laying around. Make life a whole lot easier for Ray Kinger, the Rays Rat Camaro. Just bring it up here to the staging lanes, and we will get it to him. If you found a cap laying around and it's off of a dry sump tank, Big Ray would like to see that back. Matty McCormick and Mike Newman. Mike on a 490, Matty on a 456. 7th thou separate them. Matty with a whop, 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 and a 1 over. 0-12, take 2. Newman's 19 dead on, but Maddie took 2 thou down there, and that'll get her the next round. Tom Dauber and John Bose. Tom in the left-hand lane out of Medford, New Jersey, Dal 470, and Bose out of Ohio, Dal 484. Final call for our dragster side here for round 2. Final call for our dragster side for round 2. A red light for Bose. Dauber with a green light and a win light and a dead on 2. Dauber's going to the 3rd round. Attention in the pits, attention in pits. Round 2, double entered door cars. Round 2, double entered door cars to the lanes. Round 2, double entered door cars to the lanes. Will Crawford and Eric Anderson next. Eric, the Wisconsin racer, Dal 488. Will, right-hand lane, Westland, Michigan, Dal 450. A 002 red light for Will. Anderson with a win. He's dead on with an 8 at the end. 020, dead 8. Wills 2 red and 8 thou under. Lane Ledford coming up left-hand lane down on a 480, 481 on right-hand lane. Finish line, win line going. Ledford 001, dead 2. 3 total for Lane Ledford. Right-hand lane, dead on with a 2 with an 11 light. 13 packed. Pretty good, but not on that one. Trevor Deeks, the London, Ontario dragster, Dell 459. And Carly Duffy, the Amherstburg, Ontario dragster, Dell 524. Canadians running here in round number 2. Carly Duffy and Trevor Deeks, winner. Trevor Deeks, 007, 2 over for the win. Carly's 037, dead on. Trevor with a win. Actually, Carly's 3 over, 27 on a 24. But Trevor picking up the win light there. Chris Stein and Bug McCarty. Bug in right-hand lane, Georgia dragster driver, Dow 479, and Chris Stein from Silver Lake, Indiana, dialed her up to a 410. Bug McCarty in, waiting on the Pro Charger car. Now Chris Stein's ready to go. Here we go. Tree down, green light. Green light. Stein chasing Bug McCarty. Finish line. Stein 007, dead 3. That is 10 total for Chris Stein. He'll advance. Bug is dead on with a 4 with an 020 reaction time. Mike Ferraro and Jason Preston. Jason right-hand lane down to 481. Mike on the left-hand lane down to 481. Five thou separate them here. Preston and Ferraro. Winner, Preston. 006, dead 2 for Jason Preston. He's 8 total. Ferraro is 11 on the let go and cannot win that one. Zach Unks and Colin Estes. Colin left lane, Rockford, Illinois. 512 dial in, and Zach Unks from Eagle, Michigan. Shaheen, Lansing, Michigan. Sponsored dragster with a 502. the finish line here is going to be Colin Estes, 0-14 and 1 over. Zach Dunks is 0-37 and dead 3. So Colin with the win light right there. Gary Williams in the left-hand lane. Florida-based tracks are down to 468. And Ashley Cook, 487 in the right. Williams in control here, running a 474 and a 468 with an 016. Ashley's 3 over with an 061. Paul Wolf and Justin Harrington. Justin's car may have quit on him out there. His dad's actually running out there, trying to help him out. Probably the power switch. Yep, power switch shook off. Middletown, Indiana dragster with a 502, and Paul Wolf with a 507. We'll get Justin backed up here. Bet that happened one other time. .500 separated on Mondial here. Harrington on a 502. Wolf on a 507. .4,000 separated on reaction time. Winner. Right lane by 0.0007. 7/10,000th of a second. Wolf gets the win light to turn on down there. Justin was 15 on the tree. Wolf was 19. Jeff Mandel waving up pops here. Maybe a dial-in. Oh, something going on. Oh, maybe you see something out there. Mandel's on a 463 in the right. Bruce Calls on a 474 in the left. I don't think they're really finding much. Nope, now it's been spotted. We're good to go now. Here we go. Bruce Call and Jeff Mandel, 463 and 474. $3,000 separate them on React. Finish line winner, Mandel. 019 and 1 over the dial-in. Bruce is 022 and 1 under the dial-in. So Mandel's advanced another entry. Gene Reynolds and Ryan Sparks are next. Ryan to the right lane with a 448. Gene to the left lane with a 477. So round two of the double-entered door cars have been called. Round two of the double-entered door cars have been called. Second entry for those double-entered door cars should be out there in the seat lanes. Reynolds and Sparks here. On the finish line winner, Sparks. 006, dead 6, 12 total for Sparks. He'll go to the next round. Reynolds is 23 on the let go. Ryan Pinkelman and Gary Fleener. Gary's out 457. Ryan's on a 518. Identical reaction time here, both 18. Winlight, left lane. Pinkelman is dead on with an 8. Fleener is 1 over with a 9. Ryan Pinkelman advances. Steve Williams and Justin Daniels out there right now. Steve in the left lane down 497. Justin's on a 529. The Showtime dragster right hand lane out of Indiana, Muncie Dragway. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green light, separated by 9 thou on reaction time. Winner, left lane. Daniels was ahead on react. He was 12, or he's going to get the win. He's 12, dead 5. Williams is under over there, trying to get there. 9 thou under. He had no 21. Nick Lakeys and Tyler McCurry. Tyler's down 493. Nick's on a 505. Six thou separate them here. Final pair of dragsters, and it'll be a win in the left-hand lane for Nick Lakeys. 016, take 006, 1 over for Nick. Tyler's 022 and 1 over, margin of victory, 6 thou. Steve Micas and Frank Pilt's going to run their Novas here. Frank in the left-hand lane, 606. Steve's on a 593. We move into our double-entered door car. Part of the program here. Both these are all these drivers still doubled up here in round 2. A red light by 003 for Steve. Frank is 002 green and then clicks it off early. That's not normal. Let's see what happens with Frank here. He shut it down and got the win light, but Frank's not one to lift before the finish line on a free run. Not his style. Kyle Kidder and Toby Croning. Toby in the left, Kyle in the right, 685, 597. A red light for Toby, a 001 green light for Kyle. Kyle is 001 green, 1 thou under. It's kind of like a perfect run. 1 on both sides there. He's going to get the win. Toby got a little water leak there. They're going to wipe up on a starting line, but he turned it red. So it'll take him out with that entry. Mark Daniels and Austin Sloan waiting their turn. Red light left hand lane there for Chris Kozlik. Jeremy Johnson with a win, and he runs a 58 on a 56. Tom Bray and Brett Williamson next. Brett's going to be down 593 with the 57 Chevrolet. The Camaro's on a 743. So Williamson and Bray out here right now. And our double enter door car side. Round 2. Green light. Green light. Win light. Williamson. 0.23 and 3 over. Beats an 0.39 and 4 over. Bernie Vanderplug and Kenny Simpson. 622 for the Nova in the left, 593 for the 67 Nova in the right. Both out on green lights, 8th out, separate them on reaction time. Finish line winner, left lane Simpson. 0.32 and 3 over, beats an 0.40 and 3 over. Steven Parquet, the Regal down 664 and 5.49 for Michelle Taylor, left-hand lane. Both green. Michelle is 00. And may have given it back. Steve Parquet in the right-hand lane's 0.20, 1 over, beats a 007, 4 over. Final call for our double-entered door cars. Final call for the double-entered door cars. First call to the stage of lanes, double-entered dragsters. First call, double-entered dragsters to the lanes, please. Chris G. and Ricky Atkins here. Atkins left lane down 590. Chris G. and right lane down 552. Atkins 0.14, 1 over for the win. Chris is 0.34, 2 over for runner-up on that pair. Tim Stout and Dustin Loynes are going to run here. Dustin Loynes left-hand Lincoln at L591 and Tim Stout on a 675. Double-entered dragsters to the lanes. Double-entered dragsters to the lanes. Dustin and Tim out there right now. Finish line winner, Dustin. 0.25, 1 over. Stouts 0.22, 1 over. Margin victory, 1,000th of a second for Loynes. Greg McCurry and Pete Brown next. Greg 617 to the right. Pete's Monte Carlo 534 in the left. Yeah, there is only one round of buybacks, guys. Only one round. Got some folks trying to do it again. There's only one round of buybacks. There is a kind of a policy on the flyer where there would be 2 rounds, but we are not even close to that. We are way over 300 cars, so there's definitely not 2 rounds of buybacks. 1 round of buybacks. Dave McChesney and Jim Clark. Jim and Ray Langdale 539. Dave and Left Langdale 648. Red light for McChesney. Jim Clark going to go to the next round. On the 39, he runs a dead on 6. He'll advance. James Vanderbrook and Darren McChesney. Darren left lane 657. James right lane 612. Double entered dragsters, we need you to lanes. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. Both out in green lights here. Vanderbrook and McChesney. 8th out separate them. Winner, left lane. McChesney was behind on reaction time. He's 0-20 dead 8. James is 0-12. 1 over with a 9. Margin of victory, 3 thou. Chase McKay and Jason Hemmerline. 639 to a 603 here. Chase in the Camaro. Going to give 36 hundredths of a second to Jason Hemmerline here. Seventh out separate them. Finish line winner. Left lane. Any good one here. 0-11. 1 over. Beats an 0-18 dead on. 6 thousandths margin of victory to McKay. Double entered dragsters, you're about to be on the track. If you are kind of finishing up grilling or taking a shower, I'm not sure what's going on, but you are about to be on the track. We need you in the staging lanes. Underwood and Nietzsche. Win line. Underwood by 6 thou. 0-13, 2 over. Nietzsche's 0-35, 1 over. Underwood advances. Again, double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters. Maybe they all lost with their second entry. Not a single one of them. Not likely is right. Jeremy Luce and Donnie Hagar. Hagar to left lane 640. Luce in right lane 696. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. Double entered dragsters to the stadium lanes. Hagar and Luce. Finish line. Hagar. Luce got there first. They went 2 thou under. Jeremy Luce got there by 008. Needed to get there by 006 or less to take out Donnie Hagar. Hagar advances. He's 0-14 and 1 over. Skylar Drews and Scott Erickson going to run next. Skylar in the left lane. 587. Scott Erickson, 559. Scott and Skylar here. 587, 559. Winner, Skylar. 0-14, 4 over. Beats an 0-61, 2 over. Warren Smith and Jim Davis. Jim in the right lane, 645. Warren in the left lane, 634. Jim Davis with an issue here. Quite frankly, looks like it left in the wrong gear. Left lane 033 and an easy win for Warren. Jim's pickup truck did not leave. Craig Skinner and Danny Angel. Danny in the left-hand lane, 630. Craig in the right lane, 683. Final call for double-enter dragsters. Final call, double-enter dragsters. Green light's a pair, 1 thou separate them. Skinner and Angel, finish line winner, Skinner. By 8 thousandths of a second, Craig Skinner, 025, 1 over, beats an 026, 2 over. Wes May and Chuck, that's not Chuck right now. Doug Heinisch in right-hand lane with his Corvette. Chuck's got a Corvette, but got no roof. 548 for Doug, 671 for Wes. Three thou separate them. Wes May, Doug Heinisch, winner. Heinisch, 023, dead 7. Beats an 020 and 6 thou under. Brett McKay and Chuck Ridenauer. Chuck's Corvette in left lane, L515. Brett right lane, 651. Brett's out, he's green, and that'll get him a win. Chuck turned it red by 008. Runs 1 over. Brett is dead on with an 024 for the win. Old red. The overkill truck. Gary Williams, 577, and William D. Gibbons, right-hand lane. Down to 626. We need the no box 8 to the back of the 8 lanes for pairings. The no box 8 for round 3 to the back of the lanes for pairings. Already said final call for double-enter dragsters, so I won't say another final call for double-enter dragsters, but if you're a double-enter dragster, you might want to head to the lanes ASAP. Giddy up and get her going because they're coming out. Both out, both green, and William Gibbons needs a miracle. Whoop, whoop. A 582 win light for Gary Williams with 015. Gibbons is 3 over with an 059. Here we go. The double-enter dragsters coming out. Don Vincelli and John Parks. John in the right lane down 446 and Don in the left lane down 464. Once again, we need our no box 8. No box 8 to the lanes. Our no box 8 to the lanes, please. Double-enter dragsters coming at us. Vincelli from Montreal taking on the title sponsor of the event, the Ultratech Race Fab president, CEO, King Cheese, John Parks. They're out. They're green. Winner, Parks. 0-12, 1 over. He will advance. Don is 0-16 and 2 over. John Cook and Will Holloman. Will in the left lane, 471. Cook in the right lane, down in a 464. No box 8 to the stadium lanes. The no box 8. Round 3 to the lanes. Red light by 005 for Holloman. Cook will advance. Running a 1 over 465 with an 033. Will Holloman turning on the red light there. Tyler Sizemore and Glenn Sutherland. Glenn dialed 489. Tyler on a 493. Sizemore's in. Now Sutherland's ready. Here we go. Tree coming down. Red light Sizemore by 002. Sutherland advances to the third round of this entry. Running 1 over 490. Jason Jensen and Scott Hornline. Jensen down 471 in the left. Hornline right hand lane down 489. Once again, all 8 drivers still in the no box part of the program should be back to the lanes for pairings. The third round of eliminations is a round of 8 cars. Trouble here for Hornline. A win going Jason Jensen, but issues with Hornline right off starting line. He's going to be able to get off the track and leaking nothing, but something instantly shut off when he left, and it'll cost him this round. So no box, the round of 8 is coming back. We just want to let you know the program's going to change up just a little bit. We'll start calling 2 colors at a time. So once we get there, it'll be a red and white door car. We'll follow the no box. So red and white will get called together here for round 3 once we get there, which isn't too awful far away. So be prepared, red and white door cars for third round. You will be called not too far away here. Have them ready to go. Tim Markaglu and Russ Sparks going to run. A couple New York racers. Russ in the right lane down 450. Tim in the left lane out of Staten Island, New York. I'm sure I didn't say that right. Staten Island? Staten Island. 446 in the left, 450 in the right. Great race here. New York racers putting on a show here. 006, dead 5, 11 total for the win. Sparks is 007, 1 over for runner-up on that pair. Corey Galitti and Steve Williams. Steve in the left out 496. Corey in the right down 457. Corey maybe, I don't know this for a fact, is most likely the winningest bracket racer in America during the last 3-4 years. This guy has laid down some win lights. One thou separate him here. Finish line, it'll go right lane. Galiti, 023, dead 3. Williams got there first, broke out 8 thousandths, 100th ahead. Galiti advances with that entry. Taylor Cook and Ricky Harbaugh. Ricky's going to dial in at 469. Taylor's going to dial at 467. Taylor Cook with a red light there. Ricky Harbaugh advancing with a 468 on a 469. We need Donnie Hagar and Rich Van Els to the lanes. Bailey Ferraro, Ryan Barnes. Ryan in the right lane down 472. Bailey in the left lane down 443. Couple of the young guns here going to run. Barnes and Ferraro. It'll be a red light for Barnes. Ferraro advances. Bailey went down and got a rabbit out of those woods this morning. He's had a couple good ones today. Don't let him tell you any stories at the end of the night. Lane Ledford and Kirby McLennan going to run here. Lane's out 479 in the left. Kirby's out 434 in the right. Kirby's in trouble here. Lane Ledford is 004, 1 over for the win. Kirby's 047, and no chance at that point running 1 over for the blower car. Justin Daniels and AJ Kosenka. AJ in right-hand lane down 481, and Justin left lane down 529. Attention in the pits. Listen up. Attention in the pit area. Round number 3. Door car, red and white run stickers. Red and white run stickers for third round. Door cars. Round number 3, red and white sticker door cars to the lanes. Justin and AJ. Winner, Justin. 13, dead 9, beats a 24, dead 8. Daniels advances. Mikey Bloomfield and Trevor Deeks. Trevor 460, Mikey 462. Both drivers being a little extra careful here. A red light for Trevor Deeks. Bloomfield with a win. Running 5 under the dial in with no 15 reaction time. Deeks was 008 red. Big burnout in left-hand lane. Doug Foley Jr. taking on Shannon Poyser in right-hand lane. Fort Wayne, Indiana for Shannon, 462. Doug's, good question. Doug's on the road. I believe he probably called North Carolina home, I think. 473 dial in. We have called the door car red and white. Red and white on the door car side. Red and white run stickers for third round of eliminations have been called to the lanes. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree down. Green light, green light. Seventh, I'll separate them. Little whopping going on in the left-hand lane there for Foley. He's 003, takes 015 for the win. 1 over the dial-in. Shannon is 10 on the tree and 200ths over the dial-in. Mike Ferraro backing up in the left-hand lane, which I think is maybe Nick Ferraro. Nick is down 448, and Cody Height, right lane, 598. Ferraro and Height here. Green light, slight advantage, door car, winner, dragster. Ferraro is 025 dead 1. Height is 012 3 over. The bye run of the round. Paul Schinzer out of Middletown, New York. 2024 Race Tech car. He'll go to the third round, our final car here in round number 2 of eliminations. On the bye run here, he's 14 on the let go. And a dead 8. Paul will advance. We have called red and white. On the door car side, red and white for third round. Red and white for third round. Purple, you're on standby. Purple, you're on standby call. Red and white have already been called. Purple, you're on standby call. So we have our round number 3, the round of 8 cars on the no box side, sitting in the safety lanes. They will be coming out of the lanes next. We'll do our in-between round track prep before we bring them out. Don't forget concession stands open. You need something to eat or drink, a bag of ice. You got chicken strips and French fries and cheeseburgers up here behind the grandstands. Also the souvenir building. Don't leave this weekend without grabbing a 31st annual World Super Pro Challenge souvenir T-shirt featuring last year's winner Steve Mikus on the front of it. Those are available at the souvenir building behind the second set of grandstands. So it's getting no box will be coming out next. We're going to throw down another layer of glue before we bring them out. But those drivers should be getting ready. Just a couple of minutes away from coming out. All right, so the glue is down, no box. In and buckle up, no box. In and buckle up. I'm going to turn it over to the main man from Drag Racer TV, Sir Warren Evans. Going to call it for a little while. Appreciate it, Warren.
No problem, Jeff. Happy to be here and jump in here for a little bit. Tell you about the beginning of round number 3. Should be down to 8 no box cars coming at you. As we are in the 2 go down, 1 come back mode for the rest of the day. Started out with 32 no box cars. They're going to run off through round 5. Winner then goes in at round 6. First up, it's going to be Danny Angel, Penwater, Michigan. The S10 over there. Oh, that's not quite right. That is definitely not an S10. Mustang over there, left side. It is Danny Angel, just not the S10 that the computer says it is. 630 up on the scoreboard, left side, right side, Bug McCarty out of Hazelhurst, Georgia. 605, the prediction there on the Calais. They are staged and gone. Bug McCarty was 10 on the tree, left second. We came so close to another perfect run right there as Danny Angel, no box, leaving off the bottom, 001 dead 0. A 1-pack in no box. Unbelievable. Bug McCarty was a bug on the windshield there, 606 at 106. It's Kelly Smith coming up next. Left side out of White Cloud, Michigan. His number is 655. Jeremy Johnson alongside with a 657 dial. Wow. Kelly Smith was perfect on the reaction timer, trip zip. 3 over 6:58.0 gets the job done at 102. Jeremy Johnson was 2 over with a 4:007. He was 31. Kelly was 30. Win light by 1 thou goes to Kelly Smith. These guys are on kill. Trip 0, dead 007, 001, and an 010. In no box. How about that? Jeff Jaquish up on the sled alongside Mark Daniels. Well, no double O's here. And Mark Daniels will advance. Daniels 6:44.3, dead 3:033. He was 36 total. Jeff Jaquish was 061. Scooting by the tree. Wasn't going to happen. Donnie Hagar. $1 Million Donnie. Over there left side. Alongside Rich Vanels. Vanels out of Lowell, Michigan, the 72 Dodge Challenger. 7:47, right side of the track. He'll leave first. Donnie Hagar's Little Vega will be on the chase at 6:40. He had pretty much trailer dialed it when he rolled in here. And he'll go on to the semifinals as he is green. His opponent turns it red. Rich Van Els, 7:49 at 88, red light start. He is done. Donnie Hagar, 6:39 with an 8 on the 6:40, breaks out by 2 thou, but he turned it green, and he will advance. Now, door cars coming up. Red door cars, white door cars, you should all be there. We need purple door cars to the lanes. Purple and yellow to the lanes. Red and white, purple and yellow. We need you to the lanes. Frank Piltz and Tyler Clark coming up. Piltz, the Nova, left side, out of Cadillac. 6:06. He'll go first. Tyler Clark will be on the chase in the Lumina. Traverse City, Michigan, 5:68. The dial in on the Lumina. Nova goes first. There he goes. Here comes the Lumina. One of them's 00. That's the Nova. And the Nova for the win. 6:07.5 at 113. 15 thou over, 006. That is 21. Tyler Clark was 22 on the let go and dead in the water. Didn't matter what he did, but he went 570 on his 68 at 123, but he was already out before he got to the Christmas tree. Darren McChesney coming up next out of Cairo, Michigan, the 73 Duster. He calls it the Bad Habit alongside the Firebird of Craig Skinner out of Adrian, Michigan. 6:57 left, 6:83 right. Black car gets to go first. We are off and running. Dead 4 for the win for Craig Skinner. 6:83.4 at 100 miles an hour. 0:39 on the tree. He left second. Darren McChesney was better. 1/7. Terry Lee Somalik. John Simeone. Simeone for the win. 5:98 at 114 to take the win by 18 thousandths of a second. Terry Lee goes 5:64.3 on the 61 at 124. Simeone takes the W. Once again, door cars, red, white, purple, and yellow. All door cars to the lanes. All door cars to the lanes. Pete Brown left side. The 84 Monte Carlo taken on. the Buick Regal over here on the right. Regal with the advantage. Regal for the win. 013, dead on 4. 17 total right side to take the win. Pete Brown is done here with a dead 9, 128. He went 5:35.9 at 128, but gave up too much on the starting line to turn on a win line at the finish line. Gary Fleener, Chuck Ridenauer coming up next. Got it. Doug Heinisch, Gary Fleener, and it's Fleener left side to take the win by 0.03 of a second. Fleener, 586.3, dead on 3, 017. Heinisch goes 009, 1 over with a 4, 20 to 23, goes the way of Gary Fleener. John Hutchison and Austin Sloan roll up now. Hutchison out of Canada, the 69 Roadrunner left side. Gets the lead first on a 6:62 prediction. Austin Sloan will be on the chase, right side, the Tennessee runner in the Oldsmobile with a 598 up on the scoreboard. Seeing a bunch of 00 lights. Sloan goes 009, 599 on the 598. Sloan, your winner. Hutchison runs off the number by 4, 666 on a 662. Sloan had all he needed to turn on the win right there. Dustin Loynes, Jim Martin coming up. Firebird left side, first generation Camaro on the right. Loynes out of Rinkney, Michigan. He thinks he's going to go 592. Martin will lead first on a 653. Well, Loynes was perfect on the tree, tripped zip, and then goes 604 for the win at 101. Jim Martin flat missed it on the front end with a 147 reaction time, then 658 at 102. And that spells defeat. Little Vega wagon now. Chris Kozlik over there on the left alongside Jason Himmerline. Right side. 646, 639. The dials. Himmerline turns it red. By 001. Himmerline is out of here. Kozlik was 17 up front, dead on 7 at the top end. Nice lap there for Kozlik in the Little Vega. 646.7 at 104. Himmerline dead 6, 001 red light. Exit stage left. Don Vincelli. How about that Corvette? 67 Corvette. What a beautiful car. It is for sale if you're interested. I haven't made enough money to buy it, I can tell you that. Bulldog Atkins for the win. 004. 590 with a 9. 1 thou on the breakout. 127 for the win. Atkins takes the win. Vincelli turns it red 012, then goes dead on 3 on the loss at 111 miles an hour. All door cars, you should be there. All door cars, you should be there. Connor Jensen, left side. The Malibu. Jensen with a 611 dial. Steve Micus over here on the right. Go buy the t-shirt. Steve's on it. Winner last year. for the 30th annual event. The 72 Rally Nova for Steve Mikas. The advantage going to Jensen, win light to Jensen. Mikas on the loss right there. Jensen, 003, 613 on a 611. 107 for the speed. Steve Mikas goes 024 and 3 over to take the loss here on 10 Grand Thursday. Connor Jensen will move on. Michelle Taylor put her husband on the trailer earlier. Sam Manuel, 74 Nova right side. I don't think she's going to trailer this one. She would have to get very lucky for that to happen. She was 130 on the tree to Manuel's 002. Manuel 675 at 97 miles an hour. She was trying to get there. She was really trying to get there. Broke out by 3 to lose by 8, getting there second. Oof. It's Gary Williams in the Overkill Motorsport. Old Red pickup over there on the left-hand side, 577 on the dial-in board alongside the Willys Coupe over here on the right. Off and running on a 559. And the Willys was 002 on the tree, but Gary Williams turns on the win line at the top. 14 on the tree, 578.5 on a 577. 014, 1 over 5, that's 19 total. The Willys goes 31 over. And we'll put it back in the trailer. Jacob Burdess, 63 Corvette out of Hannah City, Illinois. Little roadster on the left alongside the Beretta right side of A.J. Selleck. Double O's all over the place. A.J. 006 for the win. He goes 550 with a 6 at 122 on his 547 dial-in. So he was 3 over with a 6. Burdess was 2 over 3, but he was 28 on the tree by 9 thousandths of a second. Selleck, winner. Steve Height, Stephen Cole. Coming up next, Height out of Livonia. Yep, the car's been on the t-shirt when Cody put it in the winner's circle a couple of years back. And the 64 Malibu wagon over here on the right from Stephen Cole. It was a 2,000 coin flip at the front end, but then Height drops it on the number, dead on 2. 621-2 at 108 for the win. Stephen Cole was 2 over. 654 at 104 on his 652 prediction. Second generation Camaros coming at you now. Kenny Underwood over here on the right-hand side. Computer says it's an 81. He's trying to go 599. He is wheels up, as is the rally striped Camaro over on the left. And the ZX28 is out of here. Kenny Underwood for the win. 599 was his prediction. He went 6 flat. 17 on the tree to a 16. Good tight race down there. 8 thou margin of victory to Kenny Underwood. Coming up next, the first generation Camaro of Chase McKay out of New Boston, Michigan, alongside Tom Jones's little Super Sport over here on the right. 603 and 627 are the dial-ins. McKay goes dead on 6, but no good. Tom Jones had 3 in his back pocket, Got down there 6:29.6 at 107 for the win. Skylar Drews, the Oldsmobile Calais, taking on John Bowes, the Corvette. And the Corvette with the red light over here on the right. Skylar Drews gets a free look at it. He goes dead on 4. 589.4 at 116. Would have been a good lap. 011 dead 4. John Bowes. The Corvette goes red by 006. Then goes 609 at 122. Mike Marcette. Over here on the right-hand side out of Bay City. Taking on Brett McKay, another of the new Boston, Michigan runners. 6:51, the dial-in left side. 5:52 on the right. 2 bulb head start. Goes to the step side S10 on the left. Both cars in. And Marcette turns it red by 005. Win light goes to Brett McKay. McKay 6:54 at 104. 008 on the tree. Good enough for a win. Marcette with the red light start, red and dead on, as you would expect. 5:52.3 on his 5:52. But he is out of here. Jared Ledford rolls up next. Right, I'm sorry. Yes, that is right. Wonder if he turned in a tech card. Chris Fleener. All right, sorry about that. Right side. William Givens over there on the left. Square body S10. Fleener lights the stage bulb. Camaro off and running. S10 alongside. Top end says it's Fleener for the W. Fleener was 10 on the tree, had the advantage by about 0.02 of a second, went 597 at 112 for the win. They were both 3 over. Better light. Right. Attention in the pit area, we need red and white colored dragsters to the lanes. Red and white run sticker dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Final call for all door cars. Final call for all door cars. Red and white run sticker dragsters. We need you now to the lanes, please. Will Steckley was 007 on the tree, 1 over for the win. 574 on the 573. Nice lap there for Will. Jeff Sanchez was right there on the starting line, 009, but goes 1 over 6. Do the math, margin of victory, 0.08 of a second. Going to the Canadian, Will Steckley. Here's Brett Williamson over here on the right-hand side. Williamson out of Winnebago, Illinois, in his 57 Bel Air, taking on Kenny Simpson, Muskegon, Michigan. 622, left side. 593, right side. Reaction timer takes the win down there at the top. Brett Williamson, your winner, right side. 006 on the tree. Goes 595.2 on his 593. 112 for the speed for the winner. Kenny Simpson, 013 was decent. 625.1 on the 622, a little further off at 107. Williamson, for a pretty comfortable win here in round number 3. Red and white run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Jim Clark in the Oldsmorat. Alongside the Vega of Jeff Wistinghausen the second. And the green machine as the red lights start. His day is done, and as you would expect, Jim Clark red and dead on. 39-1 on the 39 at 132. Wistinghausen will see a win light and go on to the next round. It's Wes May and Tim Sloan. How about red and white and purple dragsters to the lanes, please? Red, white, and purple. Red, white, and purple run sticker dragsters to the lanes. Wes May, Tim Sloan. May trying to go 671. He's off first. Here comes Sloan in the Monza on the chase. Boy, if we were paying for 00 lights, we'd be broke by now. 001 light, 577 at 116 for Tim Sloan to take the win. Wes May goes 672.4 on the 671. Margin of victory, 5 thousandths of a second. This is Jared Ledford. Greenville, Michigan left side, and Chris G over here on the right. The Beretta on the chase. Ledford down. Win light, Ledford. 0-10 dead 3. Nice lap. Chris G was 2 over 4. Locked out. 554.2 at 130. Was never going to get that job done. Jay led for the win. It's Brad Walters coming up next in the Corvette left side, taking on Mike Stokes. How about the little 340 Dart over here on the right-hand side out of Beulah, Michigan? 543 and 582 are the dial-ins. Both drivers staged, ready, and gone. Well, there ain't no 00 lights in this batch, I can tell you that. But going dead 3 helps. Brad Walters, 543.3, dead on 3 at 128. That is your winner. Mike Stokes was trying to get there, broke out by 2 thou. He went 581.8 on the 582. Still got there second by 3 thousandths of a second. All dragsters, all run sticker dragsters to the lanes, please. Red, white, purple, yellow. Red, white, purple, yellow. All color dragsters to the lanes. I do not know what happened there because Andy Wingo was late and he still had a full second advantage off the starting line. Andy Wingo for the win, 589 on the 588. His opponent had a reaction time that was 1 full second slower. I believe that's one of the Miculas over there. On the left side alongside Jeremy Luce. Luce was dead on 3, but no good. Micula, 663 on the 662 at 98 miles an hour, and he had room to work. 300 advantage off the starting line. This is Warren Smith, the Righteous Ride left side out of Temperance, Michigan. He will be off and running on a 636. Kyle Kidder off and running on a 685. Scoreboard says it is Smith getting the job done. 6:42 on the 6:36. He was 6 off. But how about this margin of victory? 0, 0, 0, 0. A dead heat at the finish line goes the way of Warren Smith. When you do all the math, it was a virtual tie. The computer said Warren Smith, when you go out to the little numbers that we can't see, he got the win. Wow. Sean Carver and David Lanning bring their door cars up to the starting line. Carver left side with a 563 on the window. David Lanning with a 660. Again, about 2 bulbs or 1 full second head start goes to Lanning over here on the right. We're staged and ready. And away. Better light for Lanning, win light. David Lanning, 662 at 102, takes the win. Sean Carver goes 5 over 568 at 121. He was behind by 0.04 of a second at the finish line. David Lanning for the win. Here's Kelly Smith. We saw him pick up a round win in no box. Here he is running in the door cars with Jason Hicks. And he'll see a win light again on this side of it. Kelly with a green light start. 0-10 dead 2, 102. Nice lap for Kelly. 12 pack. Jason Hicks, red light by 0-13. And he is out of here in round number 3. Went 698 on the losing effort. Dustin Cesaro over here on the right side in the square body S10. And Jeff Jaquish on the sled. The sled on the chase. And the sled for the win. Jeff Jaquish for the win. 002 on the tree, which kind of blows my mind. 574 on the 572 at 114 miles an hour. And Jaquish is your winner. Cesaro is out of here. 674 on the 673. He was 19 on the tree. Decent. But by 0.08 of a second, the snowmobile goes on to the 4th round. Dragsters, you should be there, in, buckled up, ready to go. Well, we're switching over to Dragsters, and we're going to switch back to Jeff Ledford to tell you about it. I got a special delivery from the concession stand, and I better take advantage of it. Jeff, here you go.
Thank you, Warren. I appreciate that. As we roll into Dragsters round number 3, Steve Smith, Jeff Mandel. First pair out of the stage lane. Smith in the left lane got it out 469. Mandel on a 464 in the right lane. Both out, both green. 100 separate them on REACT. Finish line, Smith. 015, 1 over. 025, 1 over for Mandel. Steve Smith will move to round 4. Mike Ferraro, make it Nick, I think. Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 448. And John Cook, right-hand lane. Mason, Ohio, 465. All colors here for round number 3 on the dragster side have been called. Red, white, purple, yellow. All colors have been called. That will be the end of the colors for today. Both out, both green. 5 thou separate them. Finish line winner, Ferraro. By 4 thousandths of a second, 010, 1 over to an 015, 1 over. Ferraro advances. Paul Skinsier, Middletown, New York, and right-hand lane with a 472. And Gary Williams, Bradenton, Florida, FTI dragster, 476. Down the finish line here, give it to Williams. 477 on a 476 with an 011. Breakout by 3 thou in the right-hand lane for Paul. He's 023. Gary Williams takes the FTI dragster another round. Mike Fuquay, Hendersonville, Tennessee, down 459. And Kirk Cheney in right-hand lane with a 493. We have a parts call. Ray Kinger's looking for a 26-inch front tire. 26-inch front tire. And his oil cap for the dry sump. Same driver. If you have any of that, please let us know up in the front of the stage lanes. Mike Fuquay, Kirk Cheney, here we go. Tree coming down, and green lights appear. 7 thou separate them. Finish line, win line, Fuquay. Dead on with a 7 at the end, 014, 21 total, which means Kurt, with his 21 reaction time, had to be dead zero to have a prayer, and he's 1 over. John Parks, Tim Markaglu. Markaglu driving the car that John built for him. Staten Island, New York, down 446, Parks in the right-hand lane. The Ultratech Race Fab main man. Driving the Scoggin Dickey Race Shop dragster with a 446 dial-in heads up here in round number 3. They're both out, they're both green. 3 thou separate them. Finish line winner. Left-hand lane Markaglu. 010, dead 8. Parks is 013, got there first and broke out 1,000th of a second. He took 6 thou, had to take 5 or less to get the win light to come on. So Timmy Markaglu is going to round 4. Corey Galletti and Paul Wolf are next. Galletti, Tom Ball, Texas dragster driver in the left-hand lane, down on a 457. Paul Wolf from Olivet, Michigan, the defending track champion here in the box category, dialed in here at 507. Attention in the pits, double entered door cars for third round to the lanes, please. Double entered door cars for round 3 to the stadium lanes. A red light for Paul Wolf, so Galletti's going to get a free run here. And he runs a 55 and a 57. Corey Galletti's going to round 4. Troy Williams and Trevor Deeks. Troy in the left-hand lane going to dial in at a 468. Trevor in the right lane down at a 461. Double entered door cars to the lanes for third round. Double entered door cars to the lanes for round 3. Any win for Williams? Trevor Deeks turned on the red light, a 464 and a 004 for Williams for the win right there. Scott Lemon and Kirby McLennan. Lemon in the left-hand lane out of Tennessee, dealt in at a 449, and Kirby McLennan's blower car dealt 435. Double entered door cars to the lanes. Double entered door cars to the lanes, please. Both drivers in. Here we go. Lemon and McLennan. They're both out within 5 thou and react. Finish line winner. Scott Lemon on a double breakout. McLennan got there first, went 6 thou under the dial-in with an 021. Lemon was 026 and 3 thou under the dial-in. Scott Lemon advances. Ryan Barnes and Jason Preston. Barnes in the left lane with a 473. Preston in the right lane down 481. Both out in green here. Preston nailed it. And he broke out. Jason Preston was trip, zip, perfect, and went 7 thou under the dial-in. Barnes in the left lane is 021 going 6,000 under the dial-in. Barnes advances by 001. Lane Ledford coming up in the left-hand lane. Stanton, Michigan drags her down at a 479, and Russ Sparks, the New York American car, down 450. Red light for Lane Ledford, win light, Russ Sparks. Sparks is dead 0, and he'll go to the next round. Ryan Sparks and Chris Stein are next. Stein basically tied for the fastest car in the grounds with a 409 dial-in out of Silver Lake, Indiana. And Ryan Sparks from Rochester Hills, Michigan, going to be on a 448 dial-in in the right side. Sparks is in. Stein's bumping. Here we go. Green lights a pair. 000 to a 001. Left lane. Chris Stein is trip, zip, perfect, dead 7 for 7 total. Sparks is 001 and 1 over the dial-in. Stein advances to the next round. Glenn Sutherland and Eric Anderson. Eric in the left lane with a 490 dial-in. Glenn in the right lane dialed 490. Heads up here in round number 3. Here we go. Tree coming down. Another 00 put up here, this time by Anderson, and he'll get the win. 005 take 008. That'll get him to the next round. Sutherland was 032 and dead on. Bailey Ferraro and Scott Hornline. Scott on the right, Bailey in the left, dialed in at a 443. Scott's on a 489. Double entered door cars should be out there in the lanes. Double entered door cars should be out there in the stadium lanes. Ferraro and Hornline. Winner going. Hornline. Ferraro may have misjudged the finish line there. Hornline's 021, dead 4 for the win. Ferraro's 010, 200ths over, and 5 thou behind at the finish line. Derek Gilman and Jason Jensen next. Derek in the right lane down 467. Jason left-hand lane going to dial 471. Jensen in. Now Derek starts bumping forward. Both drivers in. Here we go. 400 set for 8 on dial in. 2 thou on reaction time. Finish line. Win line. Gilman. 022 dead 4 beats an 021 over by 8 thousandths of a second. Derek Gilman will be in round number 4. Matt Gramlich and Ricky Harbaugh. Ricky, the Maryland dragster driver in the left lane, dialed in at a 468. And Matt right here from Monroe, Michigan, dialed in at 512. Both drivers in. Here we go. Green light, green light. 8 thou separate them to the finish line. Winner, Harbaugh. 008 and 1 over. Matt is 016 and 2 over the dial-in. So Harbaugh advances for that pair. Will Holloman and Tom Dauber are next. Holloman left-hand lane. Pine Level, North Carolina, dialed in at a 472. Dauber from Medford, New Jersey, dialed in at 472. Will Holloman in trouble here. Will Holloman in trouble, and Will Holloman turning on the win light. Dauber's 017 to Holloman's 049. Dauber took 400 stripe to break out 6th thou, and Will Holloman will advance. Colin Estes and Justin Daniels. Justin in the right lane with a 529. Colin in the left lane 513. Both these guys had very good 50 grand weekends last year. Won a ton of rounds. Colin was the Friday night winner with the shorty car. Finish line, win light, Daniels. 015 went over for the win. Estes is 027, missed it just a little bit there, and that cost him. He's one over as well. Ryan Pinkelman and Matty McCormick. Ryan in the left, down 518. Matty in the right-hand lane, down 455. Big black Chevrolet with almost baby blowers sitting on top. Pinkelman is 003 red, so Maddie advances. She is 7 green and 1 under the dial-in for the win. So double door cars getting ready to come out. We'll put out our final call for double entered door cars. Final call for double entered door cars should be in the lanes. This is Mike Harbaugh and Scott Taylor get set to match up here. Maryland Dragster down 479. Scotty Taylor's diamond car, folk car in the right-hand lane down 443. Brand new folk race cars, Dragster. Mike Harbaugh, Scotty Taylor. Give it to Taylor. Harbaugh had him on the ropes by 200ths when they went by the Christmas tree, but Scotty pulls out a win down there. Harbaugh taking too much stripe, breaking out by 11th thou. Doug Foley Jr. in right-hand lane. The rear engine drags it out 473, and Nick Lakeys 505 in the left. Attention in pits. Double entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. Double entered dragsters to lanes 3 and 4. You're still holding another entry, lanes 3 and 4. Foley in charge here, and he'll get the win line at 481. Nick just missed it there. He's dead on, but he did not have the reaction time he was looking for. Here we go, double entered door cars. These drivers all still carrying 2 entries. Donnie Hagar and Kyle Kidder out first. Hagar in the left-hand lane down 640. Kidder in the Camaro right lane down 687. It's again, dragsters, double entries to the lanes. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. A red light for Hagar. He turned it red by 001. So Kyle Kidder will advance. Hagar is 1 red, dead 6. Kidder is 23 green and 6 thou under for the win. Stephen Parkett, the Regal, 664. Frank Piltz in the Nova dialed 606. We have put out the call for double entered dragsters to the lanes. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. Win light for Steven in right-hand lane, 031 and 1 over. He will advance. Frank was 014 and 500ths over the dial in. Kenny Simpson and Craig Skinner next. Simpson with a Nova dial 624. Skinner with a Trans Am dial 683. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. Great race here. Both drivers 00. Simpson and Skinner. Finish line. Skinner 001, 1 over for the win. Simpson 008, 1 over for the runner-up on that pair. Skylar Drews and Doug Heinisch. Doug in the right-hand lane. The Corvette dialed 548. Skylar in left lane dialed 590. On the finish line here, give it to Heinisch. 004 and 2 over for the win. Skylar's 19 and 5 over in the left. Pete Brown and Jeremy Johnson. Jeremy 659. Pete on a 535. Double entered dragsters. Back to the lanes, please. You're still carrying another entry. Bring it back to us, please. Green light, green light. Johnson near perfect in the right. Finish line, Johnson. He is 1 on the let go and 100th over the dial in for the win. Brown is dead on the dial in with an 033. For runner-up on that pair, we have our double-entered dragsters coming back. Double-entered dragsters coming back in the lanes. So once again, if we have any dragster drivers that are still doubled, if you're still doubled in a dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. If you're still doubled, bring your double entry, your second entry to the lanes, please. So we are toward the end of round number 3. We've got some double-enter dragsters coming back. We just want to let our racers that are still in know, following round 3 is when we switch everything kind of over. There will be no more colors called, and there will be no more doubles called. So what happens if you're still carrying a double here going into round 4, you'll need to be at the front of the line, whether it's door cars or dragsters. When we call door cars and dragsters, obviously we'll keep those separate. But when we call you and you're carrying 2 entries, you need to be toward the front of the line when we call you for round 4. There will be no more separating red, white, yellow, purple, or doubles. And just kind of get up here. And if you're carrying 2 entries in a door car, when we call door cars, we're going to need you to the front of the line. So once again, dragster doubles. We need you in the center lanes. Dragster doubles to the lanes. So here they come out of the stadium lanes. We had 1 door car remaining, waiting for a competitor, which will be the first dragster. And that will be coming out first. C-Tech Performance Pontiac in the left-hand lane of Dustin Loins is going to be on a 590 dial-in, racing up against John Cook out of Mason, Ohio on a 465 dial-in. And all these drivers are, at this point, up to this round, carrying 2 entries. The no box 4, the semifinal round of the no box 4 to the back of the lanes, please. The no box 4 to the stadium lanes, please. Final call for double-enter dragsters. Final call, double-enter dragsters. We are rolling here. Loins and Cook on the line. Dragster's in. Loins is bumping. Now he's in and ready to go. He red lights. 008 red light for Loins. Cook will advance. Dead on. 65 on a 65. He was 038. Good enough for the win light. Mikey Bloomfield and Corey Galitti. Oh, this would be a dandy to be sitting in that last grandstand down there at the end. Bloomfield's on a 462. Holding at least 500s. Galitti holding at least 400s on a 56 here. Texas racer against the Ohio racer. Here we go. Tree down, green lights a pair. Bloomfield holding a little bit here. Wop, wop, gets it. 4 dead 9 for Bloomfield. Galitti took a thou stripe down there to go 100th under because he was behind on reaction time. He had a 22. Bloomfield was 4. Bailey Ferraro and Timmy Markoglu. Tim's going to be on a 446. Bailey's going to be on a 441. Final call. If you're a double and you're not up here, we are going to end this round. So you either need to get somebody up here on a scooter and let us know what's going on, or abandon this entry because we are about done here with the dragsters. Markoglu and Ferraro. Red light by 3 thou for Ferraro. Markoglu is going to advance. Look at Timmy Markoglu showing off. 006 dead 1 for Markoglu, 7 total right there. Nick Ferraro and Lane Ledford. Ferraro in left lane, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Dialed in at a 449. Lane Ledford from Grand Ledge, Michigan. Dialed 479. Final 4 in no box should be back. Final 4 in no box should be back. Here we go. 5 thou separate them. Anybody's race. Finish line going. Ledford, 10 dead 4, 14 total. Ferraro's 15 on the let go. Cannot win. Ledford goes to round 4. Justin Daniels and Jason Jensen. Jason in the left-hand lane with a 471. Justin in the right-hand lane dialed 530. Jason Jensen and Justin Daniels here. Green light, 6 thou separate them. Justin's 00. Finish line, Justin, 6 total. 005 dead 1. Beats a dead 8-0-11 by about 013 at the finish line. Justin Daniels advancing with that entry. One pair here, final pair here to end round number 3. Coming out, the guy that was sitting on the bye run that whole round because he had a perfect run in the last round is Bob Mandel, the third. Bob's Profab chassis shaft car had a perfect run in round number 2. He is on a 409 dial-in, taking on Paul Skindiger out of Middletown, New York in the Race Tech car. He's going to dial in at a 471. Final pair, round number 3. If we have any door cars that are still doubled, we're giving you a little head start. Get to lane 7 and 8, please, before we call the rest of the class. Door cars, if you are doubled, we're giving you a head start to get to the front of the line. We need you up here right now with your first entry. Again, we will not separate here. It is all colors and all doubles and all singles all thrown in together. We'll give the doubles a little head start to get to the front of the line. So if you're a double-entered door car or you still have 2 entries left going into round 4, bring up your machine to lane 7 and 8 with your first entry. We'll get you to the front of the line. Mandel and Skinzer. Bob Mandel on a mission. 006, dead 8, 14 total. Paul is 14 on the let go. Had to be dead 0 to have a prayer, and his prayer was not answered. Bob Mandel will carry the bye run another round. So we have our semifinal in the no box part of the program, the final four. They're in the lanes. We do need any double entered door cars. We're giving you about a 2-minute head start here. If you're carrying 2 entries, we'd like you to get to the front of the line. If you're carrying 2 entries as a door car, giving you a couple minutes here to get to the front of the line before we call the rest of the field. So once again, well, no more once again. You had about 3 or 4 minutes. We are calling door cars. Door cars, round 4. Door cars, round 4 to lane 7 and 8. Door cars, round 4, lane 7 and 8, please. All colors, doubles, singles. You're still in. Round 4, lane 7 and 8. So same deal. When we do call the dragsters, for round 4 of eliminations, there's no more separating. There's absolutely zero separation of colors or doubles or anything. So once we do call round 4 of dragsters, if you carry 2 entries, we'll need you to get up here to the front of the line. Here we go, the final four on the no box side. Coming out of the staging lanes, we will narrow the field to 2. So kind of obviously they're all big runs, but the no box side pays an extra $2,000 to win it and 500 runner up. So you win here, stick a little cash in your pocket, start covering some expenses. Door cars should be rolling in out there in lane 7 and 8 for round 4 of eliminations. Here we go. Kelly Smith and Mark Daniels. Daniels in the right-hand lane, the Camaro Delta 644. Drag Champ top 10 driver of the week for the Drag Champ website. And Kelly Smith, left lane, White Cloud, Michigan. S10 truck on a 657. Two guys that have been killing it in this state this year, running here to get to the final on the no box side. Green lights a pair, a little more than 100 separate them. Down to the finish line, Winlight going. Daniels pulled one out of his hat down there. I said hat. 034 and 1 over. Smith is 017, 4 over. Daniels going to the no box side final round. Donnie Hagar and Danny Angel next. The A&A Manufacturing, BP Racing Fuel, Chevy Vega dialed in at a 641. Angel driving the Ford Mustang, Pentwater, Michigan, 631. Win, and you come back to take on the Chevrolet Camaro. Here we go, tree coming down. Who's racing Mark Daniels in the final round? Hagar or Angel? Winlight going. Hagar on the money. 41 on a 41 with an 18 light. Angels 27 and 300ths under. So Mark Daniels and Donnie Hagar, night number 1, will be in the no box final round. Here we go, the door car side, round number 4, getting ready to come out. Here come the door cars. We are going to put out the first call, Dragster Doubles. Dragster Doubles. If you still are carrying 2 entries, we're going to give you a chance to get to the front of the line before we call the rest. Lanes 3 and 4, if you're carrying more than 1 entry on the Dragster side, we're giving you a chance to get to the front of the line. Lanes 3 and 4. Gary Fleener, Frank Piltz coming out. Round number 4. Door cars. Frank Piltz in right-hand lane down 606. Gary Fleener in left lane down 586. Three down. They're both out. They're both green. They're both 00. One of them's 000. Here we go. Finish line. Fleener, trip, zip, take 008. Fleener advances, running 2 over the dial in. Frank is 008, 2 over the dial in the right-hand lane for runner-up on that pair. Austin Sloan and Brad Walters. Brad's Corvette with the island at a 5:43. Sloan in that Oldsmobile Calais down in at a 5:98. Dragster doubles to the front of the line, please. Dragster doubles to the front of the line. They're both out. They're both green. Sloan in control here with the Oldsmobile, and he breaks out. 6 thou under. Austin was 005, taking 30. Left-hand lane Walters was 32, breaking out 3 thou behind him. Walters advances. Gary Williams and Craig Skinner. Craig right lane 683. Gary left lane 576. A red light by 002 for Craig Skinner. Gary Williams is 3 green and holding 300s. Skinner is dead on with a 2 with a 002 red light. Andy Wingo and Warren Smith. The Fiero's on a 578. Smith in a left-hand lane on a 636. 2 no-box racers here running in round 4 of box. Down the finish line here, win like going. Wingo dead on the dial-in. He was behind 300s when they went by the Christmas tree, and Smith broke out by 002, 2 thou under for the Mustang. Connor Jensen and John Simone. The Ontario Canada 66 Nova Dallin at a 598 and 612 for Connor Jensen in the Chevy Malibu FTI Performance Lane. Green lights a pair here. 8 thou separate them. Connor and John. Finish line. Winner going. John. 018. Dead on with a 9. Left-hand lane. 8 thou under for Jensen. So John Simone will take the Canadian Chevy Nova to the next round. Paquette Racing Buick Regal in the right-hand lane. Stephen Paquette dialed in at a 664. And Jeff Jaquish, the snowmobile, hanging in there down in at a 572. Down the finish line here, winner going right-hand lane, 024, dead on 7. Better reaction time. Jaquish was 042 that time. Will Steckley and Chris Kozlik. Kozlik in the left-hand lane with a 646 with a Vega wagon. Steckley with a Charger, 572. Both out, both green, and 5,000 separate them on reaction time. Win line going. Steckley, 0-11, dead 3, 14 total. Kozlik was 0-16 reaction time and could not win. Ricky Adkins and Skylar Drews. Drews left lane down 595, Adkins right lane 591. Down the finish line here, win light going, left lane, Drews, 0-18, dead 2. He wins by 0.03 of a second. Adkins was 008 and 1 over the dial, and Skylar Drews advancing to round 5. Sam Manuel and Brett McKay. McKay in the truck, 654. Manuel in the Nova, 673. Sam and Brett in a pretty good one here. Brett with 100th in his pocket. Brett with a win line in his pocket. 0-12, 2 over the dial-in. Manuel's 2 over the dial-in as well, and he had an 0-27. Tim Sloan to the big burnout in the Monza right lane out of Columbia, Tennessee. Taking on the J&M Racing pickup truck. Jordan Mickle in left-hand lane. 662 to a 577. Green light, green light. Anybody's race. Winner, right lane. Dead on with a 1 at the end. Tim Sloan, 0-32, dead 1. Mikula, 0-26 and 300ths over the dial in. Dustin Loynes and Kyle Kidder. Loynes in left-hand lane down 593. Kidder in right lane down 686. Attention to the pits. Dragsters, all dragsters, round 4. Dragsters, we need you. All dragsters, round 4 to the lanes. All dragsters still in competition. Staging lanes for round number 4. All dragsters have now been called for round 4. Dragsters to the lanes, please. Identical reaction times here between Loynes and Kidder. Finish line winner, Kidder, 0-12, 1 over, beats an 0-12, 2 over, and now I'm not kidding. He's a winner, and he's going to round number 5. Brett Williamson's Winnebago, Illinois, 57 Chevrolet, 592, and Jared Ledford, Greenville, Michigan Camaro on a 659. Green light, red light. Williamson, 1 thou red in the 57 Chevrolet. So Ledford advances 2 under the dial, 0-15, 2 under. Beats a 001 red and 6 thou under for Brett. AJ Selleck and Kelly Smith. Kelly in the truck down 660. AJ in the Beretta down 548. All dragsters, round number 4 to the lanes. All dragsters, round 4. They're both out and they're both green. Kelly Smith, AJ Selleck, winner. Selleck was in trouble. He was 200ths behind in reaction time, and Kelly broke out by a couple. Selleck will advance. He's 0-47, dead 4 for the win. Chuck? No Chuck. You got to look up. It's Doug Heinisch in the right-hand lane. The 63 Corvette, Dal 548 and 620 for Steve Height. Ugly Betty still alive, Livonia, Michigan, Malibu. $5,000 separate them here. Height and Heinisch. Winner Heinisch. 016 and 1 over to an 021 and 1 over. Margin of victory 5,000. Tom Jones and Kenny Underwood. Chevrolet Camaro. Left-hand lane down 601. Tom Jones 628. We have called all dragsters. All dragsters have been called for round number 4. All dragsters have been called for 4th round. Here we go. Both drivers in. Tree down. Green light. Green light. 2,000 separate them. Underwood and Jones. Winner. Jones took out Kenny Underwood. 0-11. Dead 6 for Tom Jones. I was going to say the 75-year-old, but that might be a little light. Tom Jones going to the next round. Jeremy Johnson and David Lanning. Lanning in the truck down 660. Johnson right-hand lane 659 for the Malibu. A red light for Jeremy Johnson there, so David Lanning takes the truck another round, running a dead on with a 6 at the end with an 0-11 reaction time. Chris Fleener and Jeff Wistinghausen the second. The Vega Wagon down 578. Fleener, the Camaro with a 594. Final call for dragsters. They're about to roll out of the staging lanes. If you have a dragster and you're not in line, you belong in round number 4. Boogity, boogity, boogity to the staging lanes, please. We need you. We are rolling. Wistinghausen and Fleener on the line. Tree coming down and a red light for Wistinghausen. Fleener is going to round 5. Camaro runs a 95 and a 94. Craig Skinner taking on the Paquette Racing Regal in the left-hand lane. Not sure what's happening right now. So it'll be a 664 dial-in over there in the left-hand lane for Paquette. Right lane's on a 684 dial-in. Craig Skinner was doubled going to this round. He lost with his first entry with a Trans Am, trying to keep this one alive, taking on Paquette. He was doubled as well. He won with his first entry, trying to carry 2 entries to round number 5. A red light for Skinner. So Paquette will take both of his entries to round 5, and he shuts it off to a 74. Here we go on the dragster side. Gary Williams, Justin Daniels rolling out. Showtime dragster down 529. Williams dragster down 476. Daniels Williams, give it to Daniels. 007, take 006. Justin Daniels takes this entry to the next round. I think we'll see him back around with another entry here in round 4. Corey Galletti and Tim Markaglu. 2 more guys still doubled. Markaglu in the left lane. Staten Island, New York. Corey Galletti, Tomball, Texas. 4:44 and a 4:46. So Markaglu and Galletti here. Identical on the tree. Both of them are 10. Give it to Markaglu. 0-10, dead 7, beats an 0-10, 2 thou under. Galletti took 9 thou, needed to take 7 or less. Derek Gilman and Mike Fuquay. The FTD dragster in left-hand lane dialed in at 4:59. Derek Gilman dialed in at a 4:67 in the right. Fuquay and Gilman ready to roll. Red light Gilman. Fuquay advances on a 59. He runs a 58 with a no 20 winning reaction time. Gilman turned it 9 red. Madison McCormick and Scott Hornline. Hornline backing up at the right-hand lane, going to be dialed in at a 489. McCormick left-hand lane on a 454. Maddie McCormick, Scott Hornline. Three down, green light. Maddie's in trouble. Hornline with the win. 0-26 and a couple over. Maddie just missed it. Russ Sparks and Will Holloman. Russ in right lane, the New York car, Del 450. Will left-hand lane, 471. The Bear Motorsports dragster. They're both out, and they're both 008. Finish line winner, Holloman. 008 dead 2, 10 total. Sparks is 008 and 100th over for runner-up in that pair. Will Holloman goes to round 5. Scott Lemon and John Cook. John's going to dial 465. Scott will be on a 448. Once again, identical on reaction time here. Finish line winner, Cook. 0-11 dead 2 beats an 0-11 dead 4 by 2 thou. John Cook will advance in a great race there. Doug Foley Jr. and Eric Anderson. Anderson right hand lane down 490. Doug in the left lane down 473. Three down, they're both out, they're both green. Nobody missing it right now. Foley and Anderson, winner, Anderson. 007, 2 thou under, 10 and 11 thou under for Foley. Anderson advances to round 5. Steve Smith and Nick Ferraro. Nick in the right lane down 449, Steve in the left lane down 470. Attention to pits, we will take our no box final to the lanes. No box final lanes. And it just keeps getting better. Ferraro, trip, zip, perfect, and 100th under beats a 004, 17th thou under. Ferraro advances. Chris Stein and Ryan Barnes. Barnes, a Georgia racer, left lane with a 469. Chris with a 409, Silver Lake, Indiana Pro Charge dragster. Well, we got a little stage game going here. Barnes had it flicker in, then turned it off. Now they're both in, and he may have gained an advantage. He did. 0-15 for Ryan. Chris is 0-28. Chris got there 2 thou and broke out 1 thou. Needed to take 1, not 2. Barnes advances. Ricky Harbaugh and Scotty Taylor. Scotty down 443, Ricky down 468 in the right. No box final to the lanes. Taylor in control here. 0-24 and 1 over for the win for Scotty Taylor. Ricky Harbaugh just missed it. He's 0-55 and 4 thou under. That'll take him out. Troy Williams and Lane Ledford. Williams in the left, 468. Ledford in the right, 479. Here we go, both in. Green light, red light. Williams is 14 red. Ledford for the win. He's 23 green. He will advance. Justin Daniels with his second entry over in the left-hand lane, down 5:31, and Mikey Bloomfield, right lane, down in at a 4:62. Daniels did win with his first entry, trying to take 2 to round number 5. Daniels puts it right in there now. Mikey Bloomfield's in. Here we go. Green light, green light. Bloomfield is perfect. Whop, whop, and a dead one. A one pack. Mikey Bloomfield, trip, zip, and dead one. Daniels wasn't beating that one. He was 20 on the let go. We've got our final pair of the round. Preparing here. Timmy Markaglu and Bob Mandel going to race here. The Tennessee Profab car going to be in left lane. Blown big block Chevy down 409, and Tim Markaglu. The Ultra Tech car right lane out of New York down 446. Double entered door cars, lane 7 and 8. Double entered door cars, lane 7 and 8. I believe we have maybe one. Final pair here, round number 4. Markaglu and Mandel. Green light. Wheels up in the air. Here comes Mandel. Finish line, Mandel. 0-14 dead, 3-17 total. Timmy's 0-22 on the let go. Can't win that one. Mandel advances to round 5. There will be no gamblers races tonight. No gamblers races. At this point, our main objective is the main event. I don't know if you have a radar app on your phone, but there is rain all over the place here in Michigan right now, not very far from us, so that's why we're kind of rolling through, trying to get our 10-grander night number 1 in the books. That is the goal. We have called our double-entered door car to the front of the line here for box. We'll wait here just a minute before we call the rest of the door cars. We have a parts call, a set of small block Chevrolet valve cover gaskets. If you have them, take them to Mary Jo in the office. Door cars, round 5. Door cars, we need you to lanes. Door cars for round 5 to the lanes. So whoever was looking for the valve cover gaskets, they are in the office right now, bottom of the tower on the pit side. We're not sure who was looking for them. We just knew somebody needed them. Door cars should be back to lane 7 and 8. Door cars, round 5. A little fresh glue going down, and then we will run our no box final round. Get back into door car round 5. Here we go with the no box final round. An extra $2,000 up for grabs here. Donnie Hagar and Mark Daniels. Hagar in left-hand lane, the Vega Del 641 and Daniels Camaro 644. Win and you move back into the main event towards the 10 grander, and win here you get an extra $2,000. Here we go. Red light for Daniels. He turns it 3 red, so Donnie Hagar will advance in the main event. Running a 40 with a 6. He was 0-14 reaction time. Donnie Hagar winning the no box side here on night number 1. Paquette Racing Buick Regal in the right-hand lane. The only driver doubled up on the door car side here, down in at 664, and Gary Fleener's Chevy Camaro out of Port Clinton, Ohio, dialed 586. Round 5 door cars coming at us. Another finish line. This time it is Gary Fleener, 018, dead 3. Fleener advances with his 79 Z28. Skylar Drews and John Simoni. The Canada 66 Nova dialed 598 and Skylar's Oldsmobile dialed 595. Win in the right lane for Simoni. 4th thou under with an 016. Skylar got there first. He was 13 on the tree. Then he went 14 thou under. Simoni advances. Will Steckley and Brad Walters. Corvette dialed in a 544. Steckley on a 572. Double entered dragsters to the lanes. Double entered dragsters. We believe there is one. There is one that we believe is still doubled. To the front of the line, please. Red light for Steckley. He left way early. Walters is going to get the win here. Running a 41 on a 44. Steckley at a very slow pace here to slow down the next pair. 36 miles an hour down through there. Tim Sloan and Brett McKay. We'll have to kind of wait here for Will on the other end. He's rolling. Sloan out of Columbia, Tennessee with the Sloan Boys Racing Monza dial 576 and Brett McKay. McKay family, New Boston, Michigan. This is their S10 dialed in at 653. Timmy's in there. Now Brett's ready to go. Both green. McKay holding a little bit here. Will not get the win. Sloan pulls one out. 018 dead 8. McKay was 005. Tim was 018. But McKay's truck went 300s over the dial in. Gary Williams and Tom Jones. Jones in right lane down 628. Gary in the truck 577. Tom's in. Now Gary has the truck in the stage beams. Here we go. Green light, red light. Tom Jones is going to round number 6. He's 006 and 1 over. Jones advances. The Fiero of Andy Wingo coming up in the right-hand lane to Jared Ledford. Greenville, Michigan, Chevy Camaro on a 657. Wingo's Gaylord, Michigan, Fiero dial 578. Here we go. Both drivers in. Tree on the way down. Red light for Jared Ledford by 003. The no boxer, Andy Wingo, is going to round number next. 577.5 and a 578. Doug Heinisch in right-hand lane. The Corvette, 548 dial in. Taking on Chris Fleener's Camaro dial 595. Round number 5 of dragsters to the lanes. Round 5 dragsters to the stadium lanes. Both drivers in. Here are a couple of Ohio drivers running side by side here, and they're separated by 1 thou on reaction time. Fleener and Heinisch, winner. Fleener dead on. 95 on a 95 with an 18 light. Heinisch is 19, and he's 1 over the dial-in, so Chris Fleener will go to round 6. Kyle Kidder and A.J. Selleck. The orange Camaro from Benzonia dialed 686, and A.J. Selleck's Beretta dialed 548. Dragsters for your round 5 to the lanes. Dragsters, we need you in the stage lanes. Both green, separated by 5 thou. Selleck and Kidder. Finish line winner, Selleck. 49 on a 48 with an 014 light. A.J. Selleck advances another round. David Lanning and Stephen Parquette. Left-hand lane Regal on a 664. Lanning's truck down 661. Stephen Parquette in the left-hand lane, the Regal. Started this round with 2 entries. He's down to this one, taking on David Lanning's S10, 661 and 664. The Buick Regal in control down there. He will turn on the wind light. 010 to Lanning's 050. So Stephen Parquette hangs on to 1 entry and makes it into round number 6. Dragsters should be heading back if you're not already there. Dragsters for your 5th round to the lanes, please. Dragsters round 5. Dragsters round 5. We have 2 drivers missing. Dragsters round 5 to the lanes. All right, dragster drivers in and buckle up. Here we go. Round 5, dragster drivers in and buckle up. Here we go. So here we go. Dragsters round number 5. Mike Fuqua, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Going to dial 459, and John Cook from Mason, Ohio, in right-hand lane. Going to dial in at a 465. First pair of the dragsters here in round number 5. Fuqua and Cook. 459 to a 465. Both drivers in. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green lights a pair. Cook slightly better in the right. Finish line. Cook 014, 1 over. Fuqua 027, dead 9. John Cook advances to round 6. Nick Ferraro and Will Holloman. North Carolina and Florida here. The American car out of Bear Motorsports in left-hand lane down into 471, and Nick Ferraro right-hand lane down into a 448. Both green here. Holloman and Ferraro. Win line. Ferraro. He is 4, dead 8, 12 total for Ferraro. Holloman was 33 on the let go and was not going to win that one. Tim Markaglu and Scott Hornline. Markaglu left-hand lane with a 446 with the Ultratech car. Hornline right-hand lane. Freeland, Michigan, down in at 489. Both drivers in. 002 to 003. Finish line winner, Markaglu. He's 3 and 1 over, beats a 2 and 1 over by 2 thousandths. Tim Markaglu advancing. Hornline was 002 for the loss. Justin Daniels and Eric Anderson. Eric in the left-hand lane going to dial 490. Daniels right-hand lane dial 531. The Showtime undercover car out of Remote, Indiana. Anderson out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, on the left side. Both drivers in. Green light, greener light. Win light. Daniels, 006, 1 over for the win. Anderson's 30 and 1 under. Justin Daniels will move to round 6. Lane Ledford and Scotty Taylor. Scotty in the left-hand lane going to dial a 443. Lane Ledford in the right-hand lane down at a 479. Ledford in a good one. Finish line. Ledford 004 dead zero. 4 total for Lane Ledford. Taylor is 16 on the let go. Dead zero in the left. He cannot win. Lane Ledford will go to round number 6. Mikey Bloomfield and Ryan Barnes. Barnes in the left-hand lane down 471. Mikey Bloomfield right lane down 462. Both drivers into the pre-stage here. Bloomfield and Barnes, our final pair in round number 5. Here we go. Both out, both green. They're both good. Finish line, winner, Bloomfield. 006, 1 thou under. Barnes is there first. He's 014, 5 thou under. Took 6 at the finish line. Needed to take 1. Bob Mandel, the bye run, will sit it out. He will advance. The 409 car will be in round number 6, and that does it. It's in the books. So we will take our door cars plus our no box winner, Donnie Hagar, back to 7 and 8. Our door cars plus our winner, Donnie Hagar, on the no box side to 7 and 8, please. So door cars, lane 7 and 8. Door cars, lane 7 and 8, please, for round number 6. Door cars, round 6, 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8. Dragsters, as soon as you have them cool down, we will put you in lanes 3 and 4. Dragsters, you're going to go in lanes 3 and 4 for your round 6. As soon as they're cooled and fueled and charged and ready to roll, bring them back to lanes 3 and 4. Tim Markaglu, you are sitting on the bye run. Tim Markaglu, you are sitting on the bye run with the dragster. Tim Markaglu, say right to the end of the pack. Dragsters back to lanes 3 and 4. We are getting ready to roll into door car round 6. Round number 6. Door cars come out of the staging lanes. All right, here we go. Round number 6, Brad Walters and Stephen Perquette. The Regal in the right lane down in a 664. Walters Corvettes on a 543. Green light, fourth out, separate them. Walters, Perquette, finish line winner, Walters. 024, one over to an 028, dead on. Margin of victory, 0001 at the finish line, 1/10,000th of a second for Walters. Gary Fleener and John Simone in the right-hand lane. Sudbury, Ontario, Canada, dialed in at a 597. Fleener, Port Clinton, Ohio, dialed 586. And on the finish line here, Fleener, 027, takes 6th thou stripe to be one over for the win. Simone's 044, dead 2. Andy Wingo taking on Donnie Hagar. Hagar in the A&A VP Racing Fuel Vega down 640. Wingo 578 in the Fiera right-hand lane from Gaylord, Michigan. Both no boxers on the starting line right here. Dragsters lanes 3 and 4. Here we go. Tree coming down. Green light. Green light. Hagar looking back at the Fiero. Wingo got his work cut out. It'll be Hagar 003 and 2 over for the win. Wingo is 2 over as well, but he had an 034, so Hagar advances to round 7. Tim Sloan and Tom Jones. Jones with a Chevy 2 down 628 and Sloan with a Monza down 577. Dragsters lanes 3 and 4. Dragsters lanes 3 and 4. Running down through there, and it'll be Tom Jones. 005, 1 over, taking 005 stripe. Sloan's dead on with a 3 at the end with an 018. Not good enough. Tom Jones is going to round number 7. AJ Selleck and Chris Fleener. Camaro on a 596. The Beretta will be on a 548. Selleck's in, Fleener's bumping, his stage light is on, and here we go. Green lights a pair. They're separated by 1,000th of a second. Finish line, Selleck. 016, dead 9, beats an 017, 4th under. Fleener got there first by 12, needed to be 008 in front to have the win light come on. Selleck advances to round 6. So we have our dragsters getting ready here. If you're not yet back for round 6 in a dragster, you need to be there. So our dragster drivers getting buckled up and ready to go. 7 of them still in it on the dragster side. And here we go on the dragster side. Bob Mandel and Nick Ferraro going to run right out of the gate here. Mandel with that 4:09 dial in. Had a perfect run earlier today out of Culleoka, Tennessee. Blown, big block Chevy dragster. Taking on Nick Ferraro. Fort Lauderdale, Florida driver with a 4:47 dial in. Round 6 of the Thursday 10 grander here. Mandel and Ferraro. Here we go. Green light, green light. Finish line, it'll be Ferraro. 005 and 1 over to an 022 1 over. The reaction time was the whole deal there. Nick Ferraro with a 005. That'll help him get to round number 7. Lane Ledford and Justin Daniels. Ledford in the left, dialed in at a 479. Daniels in the right, dialed 530. Grand Ledge, Michigan, and Roanoke, Indiana. They're both out green. 7th thou separate them. Finish line, win line. Daniels, 005 dead 2. He's 7 total. Ledford's 12 and cannot win. He's dead on with a 3. Justin Daniels will go to round number 7. Mikey Bloomfield and John Cook. Bloomfield 462 on the FTI side. John Cook, lane automotive lane, 465 dial in. Cook puts it in the sage beams first. Bloomfield's ready. Here we go. 3 down. Green light's a pair. They're both 00. Finish line. Winner. Cook. 005. 1 over. Beats a 002. 3 over the dial in. John Cook advances. So will Tim Markaglu. Staten Island, New York Ultratech car with a bye run here in round number 6. So Timmy Markaglu out of New York with the Ultratech car. He will be in round 7. The bye run here. Just a little 001 reaction time and a dead 2. 3-pack on the bye. So we're down to 9 competitors left. So the bye run should go to the best reaction time that round, best winning reaction time that round, which will be Donnie Hagar. Hagar will get the bye run in round number 7. Door cars, lane 7 and 8. Door cars, lane 7 and 8. Round number 7. Door cars, lane 7 and 8, please. So looks like we have our door cars back to the stage lanes. Dragsters, the 4 dragsters remaining. Lanes 3 and 4, please. So our door car is getting ready to come out. We will take our dragsters back to lanes, please. So 5 door cars still in it here. Donnie Hagar is sitting in the bye, so he will follow the dragsters with that bye run. 4 dragsters will come back. Gary Fleener, Port Clinton, Ohio, 79 Z28 Camaro. Can run down the FTI Performance Lane, taking on Tom Jones out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. 628 dial in for the Chevy 2. Fleener on a 586. So winners advancing to the ladder round. Tom's in. Gary flickers it a couple times. Now he's in. Green light. Fleener and Jones. Finish line. Jones. 1 pack. 001 dead 0 for Jones. He lays down 1. That'll look good going on the ladder. Tom Jones. Next pair, Brad Walters and A.J. Selleck. Walters in the left lane, the Corvette down 543. Selleck's on a 549. Both drivers bumping. Brad taking a little chunk there. He's in. Selleck's in. Here we go. Tree coming down and a red light for Selleck. Brad was 41 in 300ths under. Selleck is 009 red, dead 2. Brad Walters will go to the ladder round. Dragsters should be back to the lanes. I think we may have one missing. Dragsters should be in the lanes. Now everybody's back. 4 dragsters and a bye run. For Dragster drivers getting in and buckled up. Here we go, the 4 dragster drivers remaining. Tim Markaglu going to come up in the left-hand lane with a 447 dial-in. John Cook out of Mason, Ohio, dialed 465. Both drivers into the pre-stage beams here. They both stage simultaneously. Here we go. Markaglu and Cook. Finish line, Cook. 016 and 2 over for the win. Markaglu is 006 and then 600ths over the dial in the left-hand lane. Justin Daniels and Nick Ferraro. Nick in the right lane, 448. Justin in the left lane, 530. Ferraro and Daniels, finish line, Ferraro. 002 dead 6, 8 total for Ferraro. Daniels is 14 total. He's 12 dead 2. Cannot win that one. Ferraro advances with the 002. Donnie Hagar, the A&A manufacturer and VP Racing Fuel Chevy Vega. Going to take a bye run, pick a spot down there, and try to go 677. 006. 72 with a 9. Just missed. 81 miles per hour. Hagar will go to the ladder. So we're down to 5 in the Thursday night 10 grander. We are on the ladder. This is the way the ladder round will go down at 5 cars. Our number 1 qualifier with the 1 pack in round 7, Tom Jones. He will have the bye run to the semifinal. Donnie Hagar will race Brad Walters, Hagar with lane choice, and Nick Ferraro will take on Cook, Ferraro with lane choice. Those 5 drivers, get them cooled and fueled and charged and bring them back to us, please. Quarterfinal round to the stage and lanes. Quarterfinal round to the lanes. So all 5 drivers are back. We will go with our quarterfinal round of the Digital Delay Thursday 10 Grander. Here we go, quarterfinal round coming out of our main event, Thursday night 10 grander. Narrow the field to 3. Going to be Donnie Hagar and Brad Walters. Hagar is going to be in the left-hand lane with the VP Vega down 641 and Brad Walters, Mattawan, Michigan down 541 on the right. Win and you move to the semis to take on Tom Jones. Walters is in. Hagar's bebopping, now he's in. Tree coming down, green light, red light. Hagar's 001 for the win here in under by 8 thou. So Hagar with a 001 winning reaction time here in the quarterfinals will take him to the semis. John Cook and Nick Ferraro. The Ohio dragster left-hand lane down in a 465. Ferraro, the Fort Lauderdale, Florida driver, right-hand lane down 448. So the winner of this run will be in the final for 10 grand. They will get the semifinal bye run here. Cook or Ferraro. Here we go. Tree down, green light, green light. About 100 separating them. Finish line winner. Ferraro. 020 and 3 over. Beats an 011 and 5 over for Cook. Ferraro will go to the final. Tom Jones will go to the semis. The driver in the Chevy 2 laid down 1 in round number 7. A negative 002, so he's right there. And on the 28, 1 over with a 0. Jones is ready for the semis. We have a couple random drawings that took place from sponsors today. It is Digital Delay Thursday. I'm going to pick out a winner of a new delay box from Charlie Hama. You had to be out of competition by round number 3. We'll pick a random winner here. So the digital delay drawing was just held. It's very official, I promise you. But you had to be out of competition by round number 3, and it was car number 2504, which after diagnosing turns out to be Bob Kelly. You have won a brand new digital delay box from Charlie Hama. We appreciate Charlie stepping up, and he's been a long-time supporter of this event and giving away. Been a while since I bought a delay box. Probably $650, 600, 700. I don't know. But Bob Kelly, you can come up in the tower, or we'll take it over to the office. Bob, you can pick it up in the office. So 660 Raceworks also stepped up, is giving away a $500 gift certificate every day for the 4 days. Same deal. You got to be out by round number 3 of eliminations. We just did a random drawing from our list, and Mr. Keith Helsel has won a $500 gift certificate to 660 Raceworks. So Keith Helsel, you can pick up that in the office over on the pit side. We need the three drivers still in competition. Just the drivers. Come on up and see Mike Ledford under the tower, please. Nick Ferraro. Nick Ferraro, you're needed in the safety lanes. We don't need your car. We need Nick in the safety lanes, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be done for this evening. The three drivers are going to work out how this is going to finish, most likely tomorrow. But they will figure that out. And but as far as tonight goes, we made it this far, and not going to kid you. There was a time when we wondered if that was possible here on the first day, and we pulled it off and got it down to 3 cars. So that's good work. We will most likely crown a champion in that day number 1 tomorrow. When that happens exactly, we will figure that out. But for now, that is all for day 1. We will see you all out here tomorrow morning. Again, the schedule for tomorrow morning on the paper is the same as today, but that can be adjusted because of a weather situation, or as we go to sleep tonight, we are making a time run at 10 a.m. That is the plan. But don't lock that in. If we get some sort of rain overnight that causes us to have a big delay tomorrow, that would cause the time run to go away. Just want to make that very clear. But that is not the plan. That is not the plan to make the time run go away, but that is extremely possible if we had a weather situation that threw our day off probably 3 or 4 hours, or we would address that when we got to it. But the plan as of right now, open back up at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning with a time run at 10 a.m. Have a good evening.